Hello, Collider fans, RAM heads, game developer people. We have a second dev stream today. Hang on. I feel like I should wait till a few more people join before getting into the meat of this. Oh, hi, Cherry. You showed up quick. Also while driving. You do a lot of driving while listening to streams. Wait, how did you get the notification while you were driving? I don't want to know. Mel was not expecting a stream today. Well, yeah, I didn't specifically plan to do the dev streams on Saturdays, but it just seems like the most reasonable time to do it because, like, that's the day that other people aren't working. People who have jobs don't have to work on Saturdays, from what I hear, some of the time. And also it so happens that it's kind of weird that I did the Collider last Saturday, then seemingly haven't really worked on it since then, but that's actually fits pretty naturally into the development cadence currently. Because what I've actually been doing most of the week on RAM is a big overhaul. The three of us, Toby, me, and Lee, who was the third programmer on RAM, got on a call a few days ago and finally overhauled like all of the scene loading infrastructure that we've been kind of dealing with ever since, and that was probably causing a lot of the game's random crashes. So we finally rewrote all of that, and I was refactoring that for most of the week. And so just now I've passed it back to Toby to work on, and I'm going to be doing more Collider. So mostly it's been untouched since last time. I did a little bit of tweaking after the stream ended, and maybe a bit the next day, but not too much. And there's still a whole lot that I want to explore. There's been a lot of suggestions from both within the dev team and without the dev team. Is that a way you can describe that? Maybe. So we're going to be doing some tweaks and balancing today to the moveset. I'll say off the bat, this is probably going to be a shorter stream because I'm a bit low energy today. I felt vaguely under the weather for like over a week at this point. I'm not sure what's up exactly. I've been very tired. I feel like I'm on the verge of getting a cold or something, but not quite. So I don't want to exhaust myself too much for tomorrow's stream either. So temper your expectations anyway. Shorter so I can play more Deep Rock. Yeah, the other thing I've been doing this week is getting sucked into many hours long Deep Rock Galactic sessions in my Discord server, apparently. I wasn't expecting that, but it's a way to fill the evenings, I guess. There was the impromptu Deep Rock crew just kind of formed one day randomly. Rock and stone! Yeah. Yeah, it was really random. It was just like I occasionally hop into a voice call in my Discord server to see what's up. Usually when Rain World streams are involved, and just like 4 different people in the call simultaneously realized, oh, we all play Deep Rock, and so we just randomly started a game. It was like way too late at night too. I didn't want to do it at first, but I just kind of got sucked in. Anyway, let's look at the Godot maybe. Here. I've decided last time for some reason I had it in 2 windows that are just on top of each other, and I kept switching, but like before a relatively recent update, this is the only way you could edit code in Godot. There was just like an in-editor panel that was the code, and it makes much more sense. I can only use 1 monitor for a stream, so I'm just going to go back to doing it this way. You're going to make a bet that Wonder's one of the people? Why is that a bet? Like, either you know or you don't. I don't get it. She was, for the record. Okay. So, let me just go through the list of possible things that I wanted to fuck with today. Or maybe I'll start with just a demo of the Collider to make sure it works. I hope this launches, actually. I just checked out the old branch I was working on, because I've been working with an entirely new branch this whole time for the scene loading stuff. Okay, I turned that guy off. I should do that again. Okay, we have the collider. Seems to work. You can see one of the changes that I made off stream was that the bullets no longer pierce. That was obviously overpowered, so now they just hit one enemy then stop. They also have the property now that they used to be blocked by tar. I did fix that as the result of great labor. It's harder than it should be to get the lasers not to collide with tar. And potentially very computationally expensive too. Hard to describe why. Mel is... Oh yeah, you're bidding on that Hatsune Miku figure, right? What's the story with that? You're in some sort of auction? Like on eBay, I guess? Okay. Oh, I should turn off the Void music. Hang on. What was it? Last time I played Rain World music, right? Does anyone have suggestions for like some sort of video game soundtrack that would be good for this? Ideally a video game soundtrack, because those don't tend to get copyright claimed. Something chill. Something very chill, not ultra kill. Rock lobster on repeat. There wasn't a rock! It was a rock lobster! Cafe de Toho does get claimed, Mel, but actually they just wanted to demonetize it, not actually extract profit, so maybe that would work. Well, Minecraft OST would be nice, actually. I haven't actually listened to the Minecraft OST in 200 years. Let's try that. Like, I'm not even familiar with the new Lena Raine stuff, really, because I stopped playing Minecraft actively many, many years ago. Let's just play. Is this thing working? Hello? There it is. Huh. Yeah, Pigstep is going to be on here too. It's hard to find video game soundtracks that are completely chill, but this will be fine. This song is very nostalgic, yeah. It's funny because the Minecraft soundtrack is something that I never really thought about consciously while playing the game. It's just like, retroactively it seems, wow, yeah, this music was, it was everywhere. It was always playing. Oh, Lena Raine is trans? I didn't actually know that. Just a random little tidbit from chat, okay. Yeah, this'll work. Okay. It is time for... Oh yeah, I was gonna read the list of suggested changes. Alright, so we got... when the collider picks up too many bullets, we want it to not have an infinite cap. So the idea with that I think I arrived on was that it would have a certain number of stable orbits, like the closer ones to its body would be stable, but then if you started filling up the outermost ones, they would, the bullets would decay over time, like they would fly out on their own if you left them for too long without shooting. So that's a way to balance. You can't just infinitely stack bullets. Another way of not infinitely stacking bullets would be to apply some sort of penalties. Currently the shield decreases in like width when you are have too many bullets in your orbit. But it also should like maybe decrease in terms of its radius, like get closer to you, or just get weaker in general, like because just making the shield more narrow doesn't seem to really have the intended effect, and it also looks a bit janky. Okay, besides that, the shield when it touches an enemy currently... Oh wait, chat is in trans rights mode, shoutouts to that. Anyway, the yes, when shield touches an enemy, currently it has this really, really harsh velocity damping effect where the enemy can barely move, and that is a bit excessive. It makes it especially really hard to fight against the AI-controlled versions, so I think I want to change that so it just sort of pushes you out gently. It doesn't like lock you down. I think that's a much more reasonable way to do it, because they should be at least somewhat vulnerable to melee attacks still. And then the last thing was how to deal with the aphid spam, because all of these the bullet cloud caps are hard countered by the aphid, which can just essentially DDoS you with 10 million low damage flame bullets per second. And so the idea there was that, I think this was the one that Wonder actually came up with on a call, but the idea was that the flame bullets could function separately from the normal bullets. Instead of shooting them back, they would form like an outer ring that deals contact damage and fades really quickly, which I think it differentiates the bullets a lot more, and it also solves the DDoSing issue where your normal high damage bullet firing is not going to be obstructed by the 10 million shitty aphid flame bullets. Okay, that's the short list of ideas, and there might be more that occur to me, but I'm also not sure we'll get through all these, so. Where to start, I guess. Probably the overburdening effect. I think I'm going to start by decreasing the shield width reduction, because that's a bit goofy looking in my opinion, and try to change that to some of the other effects. Could you explain the risk-reward of this bot? I'm not thinking explicitly in those terms yet. I'm more so thinking of the, I guess the kinetic flow of the moveset currently. I haven't typically designed directly from the mindset of risk-reward. It sort of arises through just playtesting it and feeling it out. I guess most of the bots have that to some extent. There's probably a little bit built in, just because this bot is essentially designed to run into bullets, so that's something. And also it has to slow down a lot to fire and retaliate, and that'll be accentuated because if we implement these speed penalties, if you have too many bullets, you'll have to get rid of them, but you'll also have to take the time to slow down, turn off your shield, and fire them, so it has a bit of a built-in risk-reward. Why are there so many errors in the debugger? I'm not sure. This is an old branch, for starters, so all of the code revisions no longer apply. These are also all warnings except for this. Teleport sprite. This is some ancient thing that's irrelevant now and will never get called, so this is just like old obsolete code doing something. I should probably just comment this out. Is the sprite for Collider being made? Yes, we already have some drafts in. Pen is currently busy until Monday, I believe, so we unfortunately weren't able to get a sprite sheet in for today's stream. But yeah, it's in progress. It'll also help I don't want to tweak the tackle too much today either, because that will depend on the size of the bot's hitbox, and currently we're using a much smaller sprite than it'll ultimately have, so I'm going to wait to tweak that in conjunction with the actual artwork. Okay, I gotta find that snippet of code that makes the shield a different width. Is it like width? Set shield width, here it is. It's toggle enhancements. So this is when you swap into the bot, it sets the base width, and then the actual shield width is dynamically scaled from that base width. Yeah, actually that's exactly what I was thinking. Like when you lose control of the bullets, if they decay out of your orbit, they will literally just fly off in their... It's like if you're swinging something around, then you cut the string, it'll just fly off according to its current velocity. Just like that. Clander's a shield boy, yeah. So, where is this being called? This should be in the update formation function, maybe? Which is not good enough, by the way. Because there are times when you can fire the last bullet and it doesn't correctly reset the shield width, so I need to fix that. Here it is. It is the update bullet formation function. Yeah, okay, I probably don't want the width reduction to be nearly this intense. Currently this equation governs it somehow. So the shield can be reduced to 1/5 of its total size. I probably want it more like 1/2 at most. The colliders are a pain in the ass to fight right now. In fact, they're almost impossible to fight, but that's going to be fixed in a separate step when we get to rating their AI. And enemies aren't scaled the same way as players. Like, they just have different stats, so that's just a case of nerfing it until it's playable again. I need to get the T going. Yes, reduce the thickness of the shield is exactly what I'm going for right now. Yeah, Roy knows the first place they'll see the collider sprites is Penn's Twitter. It tends to be how it goes. Okay, what the fuck does this do? Capture projectiles.size. So this is, it'll be 1 when this is 40. But it caps. I think that'll do something. So we want shield width, we also want shield thickness. Or radius, I guess is the way to call it. See, this music's a bit loud now. Inconsistent volume across the soundtrack. Okay, shield radius. And currently this is just going to boil down to scaling the actual thingy here. Where is it? Deflector. This entire area 2D we can just scale down, and I think it'll handle the visuals and all that for us. Hang on. Let's just make a little helper variable here. So we don't have to do this calculation twice. But multiplied by the base, yeah. Oh, setting the radius is weird, because we have to boil it down to a scale anyway, and that scale just starts at 1.0 for free. I wonder if it's better to not specify the actual radius and instead specify a scaling factor, because it's more direct and intuitive to use anyway. Let's just name it directly. Shield radius scale. Does that make sense? I want to convey that this is a normalized value. It's like, it's this value times the normal radius of the shield. It's cool watching people do this. I'm glad it is. How does the shield work? Oh, you mean like diegetically? Well, originally I was thinking it would be electromagnetic. Then I looked up whether bullets are magnetic, and they're not. So I may have had to retcon gravity tech into the setting just as a hand wave. It's probably something like that. I cannot spell thickness. Field size mod. Oh, this function doesn't exist yet. I have to write the function. Yeah, I could have anticipated that. Where is it? It's down here. There we go. Ooh, scale's a keyword. Whatever. Scale underscore. That'll disambiguate it. So deflector.scale equals it's not a very complex function, but it's good to give it a name. Deflector isn't a, what is it called? Oh, I don't have a thing for it. Hang on, calling it deflector is dumb as fuck. Why don't I just make a pass and rename this thing already? Just call it shield. 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 There we go. And then we'll have the shield shape. And the shield visual, which are two subnodes, which both need to be referenced separately clearly. Okay, that's nice. And then we change this to shield. Actually, we change everything to shield. Replace all. Done. What are the Colliderbots' political views? I'm not sure yet, actually. It's I haven't totally decided on what the personality for this one's going to be like yet. You can't wait to admire the game's art and lore while never playing it because I suck ass at anything that isn't Kirby. Well, I hope there's some good video essays in that case. There'll be some... We'll get Northern Lion to play it or something. You can watch along. Do Wayfids know the quadratic formula? I hope so. It's hard to do fucking anything computationally without the quadratic formula. Hello, Outson. We're just starting here, really. Haven't changed much code yet. Why is there such a big fucking gap here? What's going on? There we go. Okay, well that's something done. The shield, let's see if the shield shrinks. Actually, before I do that, I should initialize the shield size. don't really need a base shield thickness because the base is just going to be 1.0 scale. We get the base for free, which is the benefit of just using a scaling factor like that. This is still the collider, yeah. Yeah, we will have made it if Northern Lion plays it. I've emailed Northern Lion with a Steam key. So maybe after he finishes season 17 of Super Auto Pets or something, he'll get to it. He might also just not be into playing a demo, which is totally fine. Thickness. Actually, this isn't really directly part of this upgrade, so I'll just put it up here for now. Let me get rid of this fuck. Why is he here? You. Go away. Dunkey will play it, probably, probably not. If, I don't know, there's a possible universe where Dunkey fucking publishes this game. Never mind playing it. He does that shit now. You're assuming I heard the Unity news? I've heard the news, yes. And the news that they're also backtracking to an extent now, which is nice, I guess, but I don't really have to care because this is not Unity. It's very good, though. The funniest thing I saw was that Realogic just started dumping shit tons of money into random open source game engines. Just to make a point. I thought that was really funny. As someone in my Discord server put it, slapping the fat, ultra-successful indie dev cock on the table. That's exactly what it felt like. They don't even use Unity in Terraria. They just, like, wanted to get in on the dog pile. Alright, Collider. Oh, it's busted. Get node... I think it wants it to be capitalized. Wait, why does it need to get the node? It should already have this. Because I just added that now. Okay, that should be better. Yeah, they've given $100,000 to 3 open source engines. It's still busted. Scale. Oh, it's not a vector. Here you go. That always gets me. Scale has an X and Y component, so we need to make it into a vector. Oh, it doesn't like that. Shield visual.rotation equals... Rotation doesn't take a float? What do you mean? Oh, it's a null instance. That would do it. S-H-I-E-L-D. S-H-I-E... I didn't spell it wrong, did I? S-H-I-E-L-D. Oh, what the fuck? What is this? Oh, I see it. It was still called Deflector Visual. My bad. I forgot to rename that. Okay, hopefully now. How's your day been so far? I haven't done much today, just really sort of slowly got up and started the stream up. Went a bit slowly though. As I said, I wasn't feeling really that hot the last few days. Or more like a week, honestly, but... Collider, here we go. Alright, didn't crash. We have a collider. Let's see if the shield gets smaller. Oh, it does. You can see it getting smaller. It's miniaturizing. It doesn't regain its size fully, I think, until... Well, because I swapped into it, it reset, but shooting the bullets does not correctly resize the shield, which is a problem, of course. So let's fix that. I think the issue is that when you stop firing, if you use all the bullets, it doesn't actually call that same recalculate formation function, because there's no bullets left to recalculate a formation for. And so it also doesn't reset the shield size, so we need a separate case for that. Or we just make the bot call that even with no bullets left. That should be on like stop retaliating or something. Toggle retaliation, yeah. Oh no, it runs regardless. Maybe this just exit outs prematurely. Can I... The lookup symbol function doesn't really work in this version of Godot. I think they fixed it later. It's weird. Okay, let's find that function. Okay, here it is. Ah, here it is. So if there were no bullets left, then you just exit the function, which generally makes sense, but we need to do this thing first. I'm just going to make this its own function now, actually, because why not? Apply bullet apply bullet overburden penalties. That's a reasonable name, I think. I'll just call it update. And we're gonna call this immediately at the start of this function before it has a chance to return. Got a car full of people laughing like a maniac about the size discussion. Wait, there's more? There's more of you, Cherry? I mean, like you, who just laugh hysterically anytime there's a reference to things having a size or the existence of holes or who's in this car? It's shrinking. And as I shoot the bullets back, it'll stay the same size until I release the mouse, then it gets big again. Alright, perfect. So that's the behavior we want to see. Let's test the maximum penalty. How small does it get? That's pretty small. Probably still pretty usable though. I think we need a third component to this penalty, which is to decrease the actual shield strength, the bullet deceleration, because it's very high currently. And so you're going to sort of wave the little area over the bullets and they'll still get picked up. Ooh, what happened? That crashed. We got a null bullet. So yeah, I remember this from last time. We're still having issues with occasional crashes from the bullets getting null but not being detected, and that's something I'll fix off stream, because that sounds like a pain in the ass. So for now, it's just going to occasionally crash. Yeah, shield strength. That is a stat that exists right now. So we'll need shield base strength instead of actual strength. Where is it? Damage mult, shield power. Why is this one up here? Ah, who knows. Base shield power var. Okay, it's because it gets set through this old ancient system up here. That's what. And we can't initialize it to shield power because it gets initialized in the ready function. Or at least the toggle enhancements function. Oh no, wait, base. We set it up there. We set the, I did it backwards, the normal shield power to base shield power. And then we account for shield power in the penalty function. It's not just size anymore. It's goodness. Let's just call it shield penalty. Whatever. Alright, so now this will nerf our shield's bullet deceleration too. Is this a, sorry if this is a stupid question, but why do the bullets seem like they fire lasers? Because it's just kind of cool if they shoot lasers. They're supposed to be not literally lasers. It's like they get accelerated to hypervelocity or something. It's just more interesting. All right, we'll see the shield should be perceptibly getting a little bit weaker over time. Yeah, I can feel it actually. It's pretty noticeable. If I'm running toward it, I'll take damage now. We need a better visual for the shield because it currently gets buried under the bullets. There we go. Yeah, the collider's not getting added to the demo. It's just going to be in the full release. Or not the full release, the early access release is the idea. A collider bot, and then one more bot's going to be in there for the second level, which is the Saber bot, who is, well, this is the old sprite. It's going to get redesigned next in the, probably the next series of dev streams. Alright, so collider basically works, the shield penalties work. It'll need to be balanced through trial and error, but you get the idea. See, look how slow it's going in the shield. That's one thing I want to change. Like, it's agonizingly slow to move through the shields, and there's basically no counterplay. Why not make a smoke trail that appears from the shot? That would be nice. That might be something to do later. That's a particle effect that we'll have to figure out, though. How much will the game cost? I'm not sure. We have an exact price point nailed down, but it'll be comparable to other things within the same genre. Also, I want it to move slower, which I could do through a movement effect, or I could do a full-on like base speed, which I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to use the effects system. But the problem is this thing already kind of modifies its own speed with effects. So hang on, there's both speed multiplier effects and speed override effects, and if I just use whatever one the tackle doesn't use, it should be fine. It's a bit janky, but it'll work basically. Hopefully the tackle's using a speed override. I think it is actually. Where's my tackle? Oh, it isn't actually doing a speed override. I commented that out. All right, so we've got a clean slate here. Perfect. You could have shield be a pulse effect layered over the bullets. Well, yeah, layering them over the bullets is a good start. I think the bullets, probably we want those to be a bit closer to you as well. They form pretty large rings. And in fact, I can tweak that right now. I think it's pretty easy to change that. It's in the bullet formation. Yeah, we don't want compact. It's right here. The radii or the radii. This is a real word, by the way. Are defined literally just in an array every frame. So I could just decrease these to my heart's content right now. Like 15, 25, 35 if I want. What's the worst that could happen? Automating the gain so it doesn't throw off your volume? I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Okay, update the penalties. I want to do the slowdown effect here. Apply effect. Is this how it works? No, it's just effect. Effect type dot. Speed mult. And then the actual. Well, the speed change shouldn't be as severe as this. It needs to like work with the shield penalty, but be like a small fraction of it. So I think. How would you do that? 1.0 minus shield penalty. Wait, no, it's you get the penalty is already a 1.0 minus kind of deal. So the shield penalty, let's say that it's 0.5. That's the max penalty. Actually, that's a bad example because it'll be the same either way. Let's say the shield penalty is 0.75. This converts it to what? 0.25. So 0.25 is the reduction. We've taken the total scaling factor, then turned it into just the reduction. And then we multiply the reduction by the factor. So let's say we multiply this by 0.5, and then we again subtract it from 1.0 to get the total scaling factor back. I think that'll work. And I think this will naturally reset itself. Hang on. Actually, I want a hard case here. Just to clear the effect completely. If there are no projectiles left, we clear the effect, otherwise we apply the effect. Wait, is it? Do you give yourself as the parameter first? Clear effect isn't even a function. What am I thinking of? What's the function called? It's an enemy. Should be next to apply effect. It's cancel effect. Okay. Type source value. Hey. This looks complicated. It's not that complicated as far as code goes. I like programming games because they're actually very simple compared to a lot of like industry coding applications. I'm not really that good of a programmer outside of the niche of games, because there's a bunch of different skill sets that you can use for different types of programming. Games can be very object-oriented. They don't get super complex at this scale of game anyway. There's a lot of sort of easy vector math, and I kind of vibe with that stuff. This IDE looks very intuitive. Yeah, it's not bad. This little panel is pretty useful, yeah. Okay, this seems like a new song in Minecraft. This feels like... Oh no, it's C418. But I think, did C418 do new songs for like when Lena Raine also came on to do extend the soundtrack? So... Oh, no, it was effect type, then self, then value, I think. And again, the reason you need to pass the effects system, the self, is that it tracks where the effect comes from. So it'll know that you can ask it to clear the collider's own speed penalty on itself, and it won't clear like a tar speed penalty because they come from different sources. That's how it works. Okay, let's test that. Okay, and so the idea is here is that I'll slow down as I pick up more bullets. I like that that scale, especially with the size of Sprite. Yeah, I can feel that I'm getting slower, definitely. It feels very noticeable. Actually, I don't really even slow down to shoot anymore because I'm already moving so slow. Yeah, this feels pretty good. I like it. Then if I shoot them out... I think you should speed up as... Well, actually no, your movement speed is fixed while you're firing anyway, so we don't have to worry about updating it as you shoot each bullet. Okay, this fucking song on the Minecraft soundtrack sounds exactly like a song from the Satisfactory soundtrack. Like, exactly the same. It's weird. I think that's good, though. I wonder if the shooting should make you even slower, though. Actually, you know what'd be better? Why put the, this can run here, but it should also, I think, run every time you shoot, just because there's not really any reason not to. This is a very cheap function computationally. It's not going to matter if we're calling it a lot. Let's just run this every time we capture or shoot a projectile. Or even, let's abstract this. I love abstraction. Don't you love abstraction, chat? On... captured bullets changed. Anytime a bullet enters or exits our captured bullets list, we're going to run this function and run all the updates. What a glorious idea. So that goes there. That goes... where? Here. Can we get a hell yeah for abstraction in chat? It says Remnant for $2. Hell yeah, abstraction. I'll toast to that. If you're not familiar with the term, by the way, it's just if you're gonna do something more than once, just instead of having specific cases that all call their own things, just like have one, put them in an envelope and funnel them all into the same function. That's generally what it means. Uncaptured bullets changed, and also when you shoot the bullet, it should do this. Shoot. Shoot. Just like that. we update the penalties. And so currently all this does is run this next function, which is update the penalties, but we can also stuff anything else we want into here later if we want more effects to trigger when the bullets update. One of the principles of object-oriented programming, that is what OOP stands for. Which, I know there's people who dislike object-oriented programming, but unfortunately I'm not good enough of a programmer to care. So that is not the limiting factor right now. And it also lends itself very naturally to games in particular, because everything is literally an object. They're very concretely can be described as individual objects. Okay, we got this. And this runs our penalties. I think this should work now. Let's see. Oh wait, do we have a more direct, like, on-bullet despawned callback? It's probably accounted for by running it in the formation update, because whatever's detecting that, yeah, this is also going to be running the, Oh wait. Oh, it calls deferred. That's fucking weird. I guess this has something to do with, I have no idea why it's deferred. I hope that's fine. Okay, anyway. Yeah, yes, and if the idea of picking up enemies with the shield has not been, that's been suggested, we even had it happen in a glitch before, funnily enough. Okay, I think we have a problem now, is because the speed penalty that's being applied by the shooting function is I think actively being cancelled by the update penalties call every time I shoot. So we'll have to make sure those are different effects that aren't going to cancel each other out. Give me that. Give me that. No. Yeah. Maybe it does something? I'm not sure. What exactly does it mean to call deferred? It's hard to explain. Basically, in Godot, there are certain functions you can only do within the physics update step, which is a certain... Basically, internally, the game engine runs a bunch of separate update steps and does various things. And if you want to change the scene tree so that the nodes that are loaded into a scene, that can only be done on the physics update step, which most of the code runs in that because we use physics update as the entry point for most of the actual code. But certain things like detecting a bullet hitting a hitbox can occur outside the physics update step because that's like a callback from something else that detects the hitboxes. And so if you want to run something that changes the scene tree from this entry point, you have to call deferred, which will move this function call to the correct physics update step. So basically it puts off running this until later. And I don't fully understand it myself, but you need to do this to avoid crashes a lot of the time. Is there a max number of bullets the collider can carry? That is coming next, so... let's see, we have capacities, which are declared locally for some reason and aren't modifiable. Which strikes me as a little bit sus, but we probably don't want to modify the capacities of the rings anyway. Unless we do. We kind of might want to do that, actually. I don't know. I'll leave it here for now. So I think 16 plus 24 is 40, right? That's 40? Yeah. If you have more than 40 bullets, they should start flying off. So this outer orbit is going to be unstable. Ooh, this is some good tunes. Reminds me of Fez music. I think there's some good overlap between Disaster Piece and C418 from what I've heard. This is apparently Dog. Dog.wave or whatever. It sounds very much like Fez music. Okay, what was I doing? So what's the best place to do this random bullet decay? It's probably just every MISC update, because we need it to run every frame and just check if the bullets need to be decayed or not. Andrew, did you do this? Did I do what? Did I start streaming? Did I make the game? I made this code, yeah. Where's my MISC update? Where is it? Does this bot not have a MISC update because it's old? I think I wrote this before MISC update was a thing. Oh no, there it is. I think I just blinded it. Okay, we got shield rotation, tackling. We need to continuously reset the lifetimes of the bullets so they don't despawn. Okay, I wonder what the best way to do this is. I'm tempted to keep a timer for each bullet. But I think an easier and just as effective way to do it would just be a random dice roll. So depending on how many bullets are in that outer orbit, you are going to, the chance of losing them will increase. So it'll be like a negative feedback loop. Okay, is there anywhere that outer orbit is directly actually tracked though? Like in the update bullet formation function. Is that strictly a local property, the outer orbit? Circle counts in an angle. I could just declare a constant and say that like if you have more than 40 bullets, because that's the total that fit into these first two orbitals, then this decay will start taking effect, but I'm not sure if we can even track which particular bullets are in this outer orbit currently. Aside from directly checking the children of the thing that holds them. Yeah, having it randomly Thanos the bullets does feel like it's how atomic decay actually works. What do you mean the late game super hot? That's such a weird way to describe it. What happened to the game? What killed it? Oh, late game super hot. Not the late game. I thought you meant like it had died. Okay, that makes sense. How does any of this work? Update projectile formations. It goes to the 3 rings. It goes through each bullet in that ring. Oh, it's just linear. So the last bullets in the list will always be in the outermost ring. So that's convenient for me. I can leverage that. Yeah, this just reshuffles all the bullets to the correct places. This is the important part, though, is that the outermost bullets will be at the end of the list. I'm just going to make this an external variable, because it probably should be. Tackle knockback. I'm gonna call it orbital capacities, because funny Bohr model. I won't declare it as a constant, just in case I want to change it later. And I'm gonna change all the circle capacities to orbitals. And then I guess below this, hang on. Stable bullet capacity equals just sum the first two entries in the list. Just to not have a magic number. Yeah, this going to a Python-esque language like this when you're used to the curly brackets is a bit weird. I didn't like it at first. I still kind of don't like it, but you do get used to it. It feels pretty natural at this point. You do get some weird indentation jank sometimes, like, let me show you the AI code, because that uses a bunch of nested lambda functions, and like, that gets weird. Where's some AI? The fuck is my AI? Right, like this shit, where you just have like these two floating things down here with a comma at the end for some reason. And like, these, you'd think that you'd have to indent twice because of these two things, but it breaks if you indent it more than once. I still don't understand that. So you just have, I made them inline so the indent looked less weird. I don't know, but it looks fine once you know what to do, but it's weird to figure out. Shieldbot, where'd you go? Can two colliders play catch with one bullet? No, currently, because they turn into laser beams, which don't behave the same way as bullets. Okay, what was I trying to get working? It was the unstable orbit, right. Let's consider this. Okay, this isn't taking into account the list index. Let me change this so it uses the index instead of the for each kind of loop. Bullet equals captured bullets I. Using the single name variables, single letter variables is a bit silly, just call them bullet. Okay, so this one resets their lifetimes. We have a separate one. Actually, this might justify a separate loop, honestly. Yeah, it makes more sense to do a separate loop, because we already know the ranges to check for. I'm going to revert all of this. If captured bullets dot length is greater than stable bullet capacity, easy. For I in range, here we use the more complex range function parameters. We specify the starting point, stable bullet capacity, to the size of the list. Yes. This needs to be a function also. So this will go from the end of the stable bullets to the end of all the bullets. We have to check if the bullets are valid. Or do we? For now, I'll check if they're valid, just to be safe. Oh, I was calling them projectiles, not bullets. What a dummy. I've regressed. I'm going back. Projectile. I need to pre-calculate the odds here. Wait, I don't need to do a for loop. This is dumb. I'm just being dumb all over the place here. I just should directly calculate the odds of one bullet decaying this frame, because we don't need more than one bullet to decay per frame. That's just goofy. And then just choose a random index. I don't need to loop through them at all. Right, okay. I overcomplicated this. So let's just say unstable bullet or projectile is there going to be an early access? Probably at this point, yep. Unstable projectile count equals stable. Okay, this sounds... Oh, I was gonna say like not C418, but it is. It's using some sort of Vocaloid. Oh, it's not dot length, it's size. I'm doing this wrong anyway. Minus the stable bullet capacity, which should be called stable projectile capacity. Let's just call it stable orbital capacity, because it's the capacity of the stable orbitals. Wonderful. Alright. And he plans on adjusting how control pad users swap between bots. We will improve that at some point. Yes. Well, okay, GDescript is weird. You can get the size of the list like that, or you can do the length of the list like that. They both do exactly the same thing. Usually it's just a bit less awkward to put it on the end like this. Let's call it the decay chance. We need to make some equation out of this number. So like, I don't know, 1 in 1,000. This is per frame, you have to keep in mind. So if you multiply this by 60, it's per second. Let's actually do that directly here. Let's take into account the frame rate. So like, if we do 0.1 divided by 60, this means that every second it'll have a 1 in 10 chance. This sounds like fucking Friday Night Funkin' music. This is weird. It's got the E-A-O synths. Consider an at-home COVID test. I'm assuming in response to me saying I've been feeling under the weather. I guess I could do that. Okay, decay chance over 60. And then it's a very simple test. If randf is less than decay chance, randf is just a random number between 0 and 1. What do I call this? I want to call some sort of decay function. I can't call it like eject bullet. Shoot bullet. Projectile decay is not really a verb though. Lose bullet. Ejects is too similar to the shooting them back, which that's not what's happening. Jettison. Let's just call it release. With an index, probably. Which will be... How do I do this? Or no, stable orbital capacity is the minimum. Plus int there we go. So the minimum is the number of stable ones. So this will take me to the first unstable one, and then I add the total number of unstable ones multiplied by the random number. So this will be just someone randomly will be released. Now we need to write this function. Toggle retaliation. Oops. Fuck. No, funk. Oh, you're out of maple syrup, but you made waffles? That's devastating. Not really even sure what you do if that's the case. What do you do with a waffle if you have no maple syrup? Is this live? No. Release projectile. Alright. Do I have a thing? There's a function for if they despawn for some reason. And you just remove it from the list and update the formation. Do I really need to call this deferred though? Like what is the benefit of this? B is captured, erase. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's better just to call our callback here. On bullets, changed, except it should be called on projectiles, changed. Because they're not just bullets. Okay, hopefully that doesn't become an issue later. Release projectiles, yes. Equals. So we get the projectile we want to release. We null the list. Projectiles. Just set that directly to null. Then we have to update the list, of course. Because it was changed, and now we can just deal with the projectile itself. So we want it to... We have to calculate its velocity based on its current position. This will be interesting, right? Because currently when the bullets are in the shield, they don't have any true velocity. Their velocity is 0, and they're rotated by the this like rotator node that it's basically like an invisible disc you can think of the bullets being stuck onto that spins around. So we have to calculate what their velocity would be if that disc didn't exist and they were just left to shoot off into space. Which is going to be, do they have a global position we can use? So that should be enough. Like if we know what direction the disc is rotating, which, fuck, is it clockwise or counterclockwise? I should be able to find out from the update function. Hang on. It's this thing. Counterclockwise ring versus clockwise ring. Which is the outer one? Whoa. You know what? It's easier just to take a random guess than to try to figure this out. I'm just gonna guess and change it if it's wrong. Where is release projectile? These functions need to be rearranged. They're in a weird order now. Okay, here it is. So let's take the distance to the projectile. All right, so that would be the radius, I guess, like literally the center of the circle to where the bullet is, but radius is usually a scalar, where this is a vector, so I'm just going to call it to projectile. This is the easy vector math I was talking about. Equals position. Or no, it's the bullet's position minus global position. So this is the vector from the center of the bot to the bullet. And then we want to rotate that either 90 degrees or 270 degrees. And that's the 50-50 coin flip I have to figure out. Then we have to calculate the speed of it. Bullet direction equals 2... Hang on, it would be 2 projectile dot normalized, dot rotated. No, I can just do dot orthogonal. It's probably faster. Is that a thing? Orthogonal? For those who don't know, the term orthogonal just means perpendicular at a 90-degree angle to the vector. So we're going to convert the vector from the center to the bullet into the tangent vector from the bullet in the direction it's rotating. And this should be normalized, and then we want to calculate the bullet's speed separately. Which is harder, Spamton or Jevil? Probably Jevil. That seems to be the consensus. I haven't fought either of them in a long time. So this one's dependent on the radius of the bullet, but fortunately we have that. The length of this vector will become important. So we need to get... Fuck, how does this work? The rotation speed of the disk is in radians per second, probably. Multiplied by... Do you just multiply it by the radius? That's how radians work, right? I feel like that's how radians probably work. So where's the speed, actually, then? Tackle... bullet orbit speed, here we go. This is almost certainly in radians per second. Where's my function gone? Down here. Okay, bullet orbit speed times to projectile.length. And so this is the speed of rotation multiplied by the length of the... Like if there was an arm that was spinning around and throwing it, it would go faster if the arm was longer and it was spinning at the same rate, so that's why you multiply it by the length. It should be to proj. This is the Minecraft soundtrack, Roy. Melohi, one of the original music discs. Someone thought it was Ward. Okay. This might work. They might shoot backwards. I'm still not sure about that. Like, this is just a 50-50 whether I have to reverse this vector or not. Then I have to, like, unparent it from this. I have to remove it from its current, the projectile holder, and put it back into just the objects node. Util.reparent to move the projectile to, currently it's, this will work. I changed this in the refactor, so this, I'm gonna have to redo this once I combine those changes. And that should be fine. That might do something. Let's find out, I guess. It's probably not gonna work first try. Wait, that's the wrong scene. Shit. Oh, lucky me, it crashed anyway. Fuck, what was the problem? I'm assuming the index was out of bounds, but I lost the stack trace. Oh, hey, Toby. It's going fairly well. I'm implementing all of those bullet decay changes that we talked about. When did I learn to code? How did I learn to code? Well, I did study computer science at school, but so that was, I learned a bunch of basics from that. But learning game dev was really just a very trial and error process of just like, there's a task I want to do, I learn the code to do that task, and now I know how to do that task going forward, and you just accumulate more and more tasks that you know how to do until you, to some extent, know how to code games. It didn't crash this time. Weird. Okay, it didn't crash now either. Why did it crash when I ran it originally? I might want to decrease the capacity of these inner orbits too. Let's see if any of these either crash the game or fly away. Oh, that one tried to. It got caught by the shield again immediately, I think. What is this fucking Thomas the Tank Engine music? Oh, that one tried to get away too. Oh, I'm not turning off the in stasis flag. Remember that? We added that last time. Alright, we need to remove the in stasis flag from the bullet. What am I looking at? Where's the shield bot? Give me the shield bot back. In stasis equals false. It does that weird modulate effect, doesn't it? Let's just take off the weird tint that it does. I hope that works. Will RAM have a 2D pixel perfect camera, similar to the camera effect on Nuclear Throne? No, this game isn't pixel perfect, like, fucking at all. we play pretty fast and loose with the pixel fidelity a lot of the time. That's something that maybe we could have strived toward if we started, like, earlier with that as a goal, but, like, neither Toby or I really even knew what that meant when we started. Like, we're not artists, so we naively did a lot of kind of janky, in retrospect, pixel scaling. Like, currently the camera has a zoom of 3.25, which by definition means that some of these pixels are not going to be squares, I'll tell you that much. So that's not the best. But also not the kind of thing that most people who aren't nerds care about. No offense to nerds. Okay. Let's speed up the process a bit here. Ooh, it broke. Okay. Invalid index. Interesting. Why the fuck did it try to release projectile 29? I don't think I have 29 projectiles. Like, that's below the threshold of the minimum index it should be able to generate. So what called this? Stable orbital capacity. This is 40, isn't it? Is this not just 40? Oh. Oh, it's a negative fucking number. Oof. Oh wait, I never actually check if it's less than... Okay. Here's a really good first step. Is more than 0. Do literally any of this. Alright, so that was just a very unlikely chance that it would crash at all times that I patched out. Very cool. Oh, here's Ward. Wait, that's the wrong bot. RIP that steel toe. It looks like they were trying to do something, but not... Oh. Oh, it's fucked. Wow, what the fuck just happened? I want to see that again. I don't know what just happened there. I got a lot of bullets. speaking of nuclear throne and camera, was there any reason to not have the camera be like in the midpoint between the character and the cursor? That only happens in nuclear throne when you're using the crossbow, I think, doesn't it? Oh shit, why are my orbital scales fucked? What happened? Okay, something must have overwritten the... What? I have no idea what happened there. Let's just try again. And by the way, this Archer does have that mechanic. And only the Archer, because I was basing it off of the Nuclear Throne crossbow. Exactly 1-to-1. So... Can this guy take damage? Oh, he still can. Let's see how it... I wonder how it broke before. It was like when I had too many bullets it exploded. Are these gonna start decaying now? I need to turn up the decay chance, clearly. They don't seem to be decaying. Oh. And it crashed. Well, fuck me. Let's try some debuggy stuff. Okay, let's make this higher for starters. Like a lot higher. And then get a breakpoint for when this happens. So we'll know when it happens. What game engine would you recommend for anyone new to game development? Well, Godot. I don't know. Can't recommend Unity very much anymore, so just use Godot. That's the only other one I know, right? I don't really have too many informed opinions on it, though. Like, I used Unity for a while, then I used Godot, and I like them both for some reasons, and I dislike them for other reasons. There's no obviously superior choice, in my opinion. Yeah, don't use Scratch. Okay, it tried to release it. Let's see if it actually does it, though. How do I unpause this? Oop. Oh, it crashes. Interesting. So, uh-oh. Yeah, it's crashed, I get it. An update bullet formation. Okay, I can figure this out later, but for now I'm just gonna slap one of these, remove invalid calls here to make sure there's no null bullets fucking it up. Offing music. That's neat. Hang on. Okay, any second now we should get the breakpoint. Here we go. Let's clear the breakpoint. So we know what's happening, but what is it doing? You can see the bullets disappear sometimes, but they don't fly off. Yeah, they're getting re-added to the central ring. That's really fucked up, actually. What? They're not flying off, they're just getting... They're moving down to the lowest orbital. What the fuck? Let's check that function, I guess. Because that's weird. Captured projectiles index. They get re-grabbed? That could be it. But it doesn't seem like all of them should be doing that. Like, some of them would be escaping. Wait a minute, does this even call the update? Ah, that's the problem, yeah. This should be calling the update formation. Oh no, it shouldn't. We can't update the formation every time a bullet changes because that would be very expensive, so... Whenever we have decay, we want the formation to update though, so let's do it this way, okay? Let's just call update formation. Because this will call the unmodified anyway. Okay, this might do something a bit more productive, but also they're not shooting off. Oh, I never applied the bullet speed to the fucking bullet. Oy. Okay. Projectile.velocity equals bullet direction times bullet speed. Alright, that'll help. They should have a lifetime of 3 by default, so let's see what happens. What is chat talking about? Big Shot is a song that might play when you fight Sans remix? It is? Oh, I saw it work. They're decaying. Nice. I like that. They're still not decaying fast enough. IMO. And they can get re-grabbed, which is probably not what we want. Are they flying off the right direction? They're going backward. The 50-50 was not fortunate. So all you need to do to fix that, minus sign. Done. Maybe we increase the speed a bit too. Or let's not do that yet. I want to crank up the chance of this happening like a lot. I'm not sure why it's not. It seems like it should be higher to me. Because it's being called every frame. So if there's one bullet, there is... Oh. Okay, I never actually put in the factor. Okay, that would explain it. Captured project... this one. I meant to multiply it by this. Okay, the decay chance will probably be very high right now. I'll preemptively nerf this back down to 2. See how that goes. Can you run into your own bullets and self-damage? No. You shouldn't be able to. Although, when they fire off, they seem to be turning red, which indicates an enemy bullet, so I thought that they would keep the, because when you absorb them, it sets their source to yourself, and that usually changes their color. Maybe not, though. Oh, they're flying off much more readily now. Yeah, they decay too quickly now. Interesting. And they don't... Weird. Okay. I can think of a few things to change that would improve this. One is, I don't think... First, I want to check that the bullets are actually being set to be owned by you. This is back. It's doing the fucking Satisfactory song again. Why does it sound like that? More tea. What even is the enemy you're working on? It's called the Collider. It has a shield. It sucks up the bullets and throws them back. I don't think regrabbing's a feature because it looks so glitchy. It'll be causality. Okay, so it does set the source to you, but what normally changes the bullet's color when that happens? Like when you deflect a bullet, it changes color. What does that? I could check the like the chain bot. No, probably the bullet itself, like the undeflected method. Projectile. On hit entity. Bullet. Set appearance. Is that it? Oh, here it is. It's this shit. Weird. Well, I guess I know how to do it now, though. Fair enough. That might be the best way to do it still. A shield bot. Set appearance. Wait, is the type saved anywhere? If the projectile is a bullet, I need to be able to test this anyway to see if it's a flame bullet or not. Type equals type. Okay, thank God it actually saves the type. Unfortunately, type is just a string constant, which is kind of yucky. It's not an enum or anything. I wonder if I should change that. That's string constants are very blasé to me at this point. Why don't I just slap an enum in here real quick? Snum, no, enum. Bullet type. You don't use an equal sign for enums. Pellet. Flame. Is there another one? Wave. They're unused, but I'll add it just in case. It's a bit more verbose to do it this way, but it enforces that, like, you can't make a spelling error in the string constant. It'll force you to use the right one. Okay. This does not work as a default case. Well, I guess it kind of does. It'll just make it look like a pellet. But we don't need the default case if we are enforcing that it has to follow an enum now. Flame. Okay. I hope this doesn't break any other code. Haha. Okay, it's pretty easy from the shield bot's perspective though. If projectile is bullet, we set its appearance. Wonderful. And now we add a check so we can't hoover up bullets that we own. Where is that? Apply shield effects, I think? If projectile.in stasis, why is there a space there? Continue. If projectile dot, how do I actually check if it's owned by me? Dot get original source. What the fuck do you do again? Causality. Causality is a bit weird. Source. The source would be me directly. I think I can just check source. Alright, so we only hoover bullets if they're not already in stasis and they're not already owned by me, which these are now redundant checks, but I'm too afraid to simplify it. How does capturing work with ultrasonic? It doesn't. It probably won't interact with ultrasonic nozzle. Ooh. Ooh, I can't shoot anymore. Interesting. Oh, all the enemies are going to be trying to apply their fucking string constants now. Okay, this might be a little bit of an arc we have to go on to fix this. Because type is going to be a fucking string. Bullet. Type. Yeah, every enemy that shoots. Wait, is bullet not a global class? It is. Wait, does violence have a local version of something named bullet? Oh, fuck, that's the scene. Okay, shit me. I can fix it. Okay, this is really jank that I'm using a local constant that's named a global class? Like, what the fuck? How does that even compile? Okay, this needs to be fixed anyway. Bullet becomes bullet scene, please. Match case. Wonderful. Same with grenade. Grenade becomes grenade scene. Fix. Oops, it modified the paths. I gotta fix that too. Are we good? We're good. And this uses the actual global bullet class. Cannot find a bullet scene type. Oh, just the replace went a bit awry. Okay. What other issues do we have here? I'm just gonna put that on my clipboard. Replace... Or... Fuck. Wait, what? What's happening? There. And also this. Take damage, take damage. Sprite. Probably the aphid's gonna be broken too. What the fuck? Oh, why am I getting it from bullet scene.instantiate? Let's just see what aphid crashes on. It's in here. But also here. Okay. This is a pretty effective way to debug it, actually. Okay, bullets work again. Wonderful. Oop, not that bullet, though. What went wrong? Shoot. Bullet type. I have a variable for that? I don't think we need a local variable for that. Oh no, we do. I'm actually dumb. There's an upgrade that changes that. Okay, dot pellet. It gets initialized to pellet, but then induction barrel changes it to flame. That also has to be changed. Okay, glorious. That should work now. Music stopped. Come back. Alright, shooting's back on the menu. Does the rotor work? This doesn't even use bullets. It should work. Perfect. Ooh. It broke. It still broke. Oh my god. Okay, the shield bot itself also contained the incorrect code. Now we're in business. They turn purple now. That's how you know they're a different color. Cool. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Yes, and you can see they're being emitted as my own bullets. They do hit enemies. Maybe. That one might hit an enemy. No. One of them's gonna hit eventually. Okay, that one. So they do deal damage. We've confirmed that. Much better to do that though. Nice. I like how that functions. Let's stress test it with an aphid. Oh, no, they still collapse. Why do aphids collapse it? Is it if you add more than the outer orbital can contain, it'll collapse? I wonder why that happens. Style points for shield bullets hitting an enemy? Maybe. What I want the flame bullets to do is go into like a separate ring that'll deal contact damage and not be fired back. Isn't purple the garbage spectrum color? We see purple and brown for colors our eyes aren't equipped to see. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Like, you might be thinking of magenta, where it's like, if our eyes are seeing both high frequency and low frequency light, it generates this color magenta, which doesn't correspond to any one wavelength, which is a bit weird. But I think if light is literally too high frequency or low frequency to see, we just won't see it. Like, it won't cause any change to our vision. Like ultraviolet light, we see the parts of, when you have like an ultraviolet light, like at a laser tag parlor, it looks purple because you see the lower frequency parts of that barely dip into your range of visible light, but most of that light is actually in the higher ultraviolet frequency that you can't see. The grenades still work? Don't see why not. Wonderful. Oh, I changed that, by the way, so the grenade explosions now work as intended when you shoot them back. Love that. For some reason, grenades can go invisible when they orbit you. I'm not sure why that is yet. It is delicious. Okay, well that... I wonder if the same thing happens if you get overloaded by steel toe bullets. It seems like it should, right? Nothing special about the aphid bullets yet. Oh no, it's... So when that glitch happens, your orbitals are permanently just fucked. That's very strange. That's not how I'd expect it to work. Okay, let's restart. It's gonna give me this error like in perpetuity, by the way. The Godot editor is pretty bad about detecting that I changed that other file, and it still thinks that bullet scene doesn't exist, even though it'll run. It's just being goofy. It is an insane number of bullets. Pump my guts full of lead, please. Yes, okay, I think it happens when your bullets exceed the maximum. And then it gets stuck like this somehow. Weird. If I spawn a new collider, it should work again, right? Yes. Okay, it wouldn't make any sense if it didn't work with a new collider. It's probably something to do with the update formation function. It just collapses, so strange. Yeah, currently there is a max capacity for the outer orbital, but I'm not sure what it actually does. And I don't remember changing that code either, which is the weird part. Toby, the reason the tutorials are crashing is that they're calling the old start game. I don't think that's it. This is dev-to-dev communication for a second here. So the intro tutorial, I changed it to not use, like obviously it'll crash if it calls the old start game function. And the reason I was testing it with the intro tutorial is because that was the only one that I'd changed to use the new load floor function, but even that one crashes. That's the issue. This is about the ongoing loading overhaul that we're doing to make the game finally stable again, and also save us a whole bunch of headache when trying to work with when to load floors when currently, or previously, the system was incredibly janky and hard to extend, so we just gutted it and rebuilt it. There's quite a lot that goes into that, by the way. Let me just show you the spreadsheet I made for reference for how weirdly complex it can get to do seemingly simple tasks. is this is the loading path for starting a run. If you start in the game manager, we have a special case for starting it from the menu as opposed to starting a tutorial or starting the run from the editor. We have to run the fade out. The fade out calls the fade out is done function, which calls the start new run function, which then it initializes the run data, but also tells the level manager to start level 1, which then has to initialize level 1 data. It then decides what the next floor in level 1 is. After generating a list of floors, it loads that floor, which before doing anything else, it saves what host you were using previously, which in this case is nothing because you were coming from the menu, but you could have been coming from another floor. When it loads the floor's ready function runs, which then starts the tile map. The tile maps eventually initializes that is ready, which then calls back to tell the level manager that the level is done loading. The level manager tells the game manager that the level is done loading, which then can continue initializing the flags on the floor, getting rid of the main menu, setting up the player's host, and eventually actually starting it. So all that has to happen when you click the play button before you can actually control the character. But that's not what we're doing today, so that's fine. My head is spinning. It should be, and that's the simplified version. This is the new version that we rebuilt before it was worse. Okay. What was I doing? Literally, oh, it was this weird problem where the orbitals will collapse, yes. Which would be caused in the update formation function, probably. This sounds like Celeste music now. This must be Lena Raine, right? Is it? No, it's C418. Fuck. I keep getting tricked. This sounds like Celeste farewell music, though. Not expel compacted bullets. Where the fuck do I want to be looking right now? Update bullet formation is here. There we go. I'm curious whether I get distracted a normal amount doing this, or whether I, like, obviously have ADHD. I'm not sure. I'm open to your thoughts, chat. Okay. If length is more than 72, okay, so this is the if you've exceeded the full capacity, I think. If I is in range, length less than 72. Wait, what? What is this doing? If we have more bullets than the capacity... So for every additional one... Oh, that's weird. Okay, so the way that it handles having more bullets than you can normally fit is that it increases the capacity of each ring successively. Like, it'll slot one bullet into the smallest ring, the next bullet into the middle ring, then the outer ring, then alternate like that. Very strange. I'm not sure if I want it to, because this still means you have uncapped bullets. I think I should probably just try to fit them all into the outer ring, and then they'll decay. Because this is it's kind of cool that this works, but it's also probably not what we want. Oh, and also that's why the this is why the orbitals get permanently fucked, is because now this is a class variable, whereas previously it was local. So let's do, well, the old trick. Let's do the old trick. Base orbital capacities. And then, as a local variable within that function, we calculate the real orbital capacities. But we don't want to modify this as passed by reference, so we have to duplicate the list. That's something you'll have fun learning about if anyone's studying computer science, the difference between passed by value and passed by reference. Is like, I think if we literally just assigned this list to that list, they'd be the same list, and you'd modify the global one. We're talking about whether GDScript is better than C#. I kind of prefer C# in a lot of ways still. Again, I can't really justify why we chose to use GDScript instead of C#, just because I guess it was easier for the game jam, and I've stuck with it since then, but I think I'd be just as happy if I was coding all this in C# personally, and we'd also probably have less jank from the language being in development still. But, I don't know. I need to var, there we go. Explicit typing is nice, yeah. In GDScript, variables are just var. Whereas in most programming languages that aren't Pythonic like this, it would be an integer, a float, a string. You need to know what type of variable it is before you make it, whereas in Godot, you can make a variable, give it an integer value, and then give it a string later, and it'll just say, okay, fine. Which in some ways is helpful and in some ways is very unhelpful, like when you're reading someone else's code and trying to figure out what the fuck variable type orbital capacities is, when it's actually an array of integers, which is not obvious here. It can be statically typed, yeah. Although, I'm not actually sure, I don't think I've ever statically typed a local variable like this. Does that work? Can you do this? I guess so? Who knows? Anyway. What are my thoughts on GameMaker? I've never used it outside of like one random example project that I dabbled in once. GameMaker's code looks weird to me, and some of that might just be because all the GameMaker code I see is written by Toby Fox, and he's not the most normal programmer, but it looks weird. It has a lot of these like built-in things to the language that aren't normal. Like you have, I can't think of examples because I'm not familiar enough, but it just looks strange to me based on my experience in other languages. Base orbital capacities. Duplicate. Yeah, and I think for this one, the idea is to stack them all in the outer ring. Kinda? Like if I just do 2, this will have the desired effect. Of course, I don't need to do a fucking for loop in that case. I can just do this. And that'll do something that's probably better than what it does now. So let's see. Give me your bullets, Lamau. Yeah, they're decaying. I feel like they should go faster when they decay, though. They should accelerate a bit. Use it or lose it. Shit or get off the pot. Alright. That's pretty cool. I think that works. Let's stress test it again. The double aphid. Oh yeah. I've become a burning ring of fire. That's pretty cool, actually. I kind of like that. The bullets last for a lot longer than they normally do, though, because their lifetime is getting set to 3 by default, and flame bullets normally have a lifetime of like 1. Ow. So let's change that. Release. Wait, wrapping change scene in a fade out callback. Fixed it. How? I think something is potentially wrong with that fade out. Scene transition.fade out function load tutorial floor. Weird. I'm not sure what to make of that yet. Ballad of the Cats. Gets fucking intense, man. Okay. So that basically works. Then I changed the speed. Yeah, that's good. An engine race condition. But what is the race between? Like that change scene to file should be like an atomic function. Like, nothing really happens until that function gets called anyway, right? So, like, what is delaying it actually accomplishing? Expel bullet. Freeing the menu? Freeing the menu should only happen... Freeing the main menu only happens way later down the line. That's triggered by the floor itself loading. Or no, freeing the main menu happens as part of the change scene tree to file call. Like, that's an atomic operation. It'll get rid of the main menu scene, load in the floor. If you mean like the tutorial menu itself in the HUD that you're calling it from, that could be it. Like maybe we have to put the oh, here's an idea, Toby. You know isn't there like an explicit call to free that tutorial selection menu when you click the button? If that's not during the physics process, that needs to be called deferred because it'll crash probably. And by wrapping the function in the fade out callback, it's probably getting called as part of physics update because that's what's updating the timer now. So that might do it. Like try a call deferred on all the queue frees there. Okay, I'm glad you haven't tried that yet because that means there's a chance it'll work. Okay. Yeah, how to get the fire to do its thing now. The fire should be different. I think a way to do this would be to create a separate fire orbital. Let's just get a visual reference for a second here. Alright, so you can see we have 2 stable orbitals for normal bullets. Which hold quite a lot of bullets. Whereas I think the outermost orbital... Yeah, how would this work? I want the Ring of Fire to be on the outside. And maybe have 2 layers on its own. But then that would mean the 3rd layer of these bullets is overlapping the fire ring. So maybe the... It depends how much I want to nerf the number of these bullets you can carry, right? Because currently 40 is quite a bit. But is it a reasonable amount or too much? Like, let's test how much damage 40 bullets can do against a crowd of steel toes here. If I empty clip all the bullets... It slaughters a good few enemies, but not like not an absurd number. I'm just thinking in terms of visual real estate here. Oh, it still crashed? Fuck. Huh. Wait, what if you also called the FERD the actual change scene to file function? Is that the obvious solution here? Because changing the scene is definitely going to need to occur within the physics update. Because currently, when you press play, that's also wrapped in a fade out. It's worth a shot anyway. I wonder what to do. Is that the radius the Ring of Fire should be, or could it be even bigger? Maybe the Ring of Fire just goes outside of that, in like an even more distant orbital. Because it's only used for melee damage and it fades anyway. I think that would be okay. They get really red. Ow. Yeah, setting the max bullet threshold is something that would need to be tested through trial and error, so let's not worry about that, and just commit to making a 4th orbital for fire. So, shield bot. Where's my orbital capacities? And... Do I include the flame orbital in this array, or do I make it separate? Probably separate, because they won't have to be... There'll never be bullets moving between, like, this and the fire zone. Oh, it gray screens now. Interesting. Wait, the gray screen was occurring when... I had that before and I fixed it, but I don't remember what was causing the gray screen. The gray screen is progress, though. You could also try subbing out, if you literally change the tutorial scene to a different scene, and if it has a different effect, like, that's something to test. Okay, base orbital capacities. I'm talking to Toby, by the way, if that wasn't clear. Let's call it the melee orbital, because it's essentially going to do melee damage. Should it not be the closest? Well, no, because even if it's the furthest out, that's still going to be pretty close. It's just not going to be useful unless they're a certain distance out. Let's just call it 50. I'll do a second pass to make these names more consistent later, but let's just do that for now, get a move on. So we need to, this is going to be a lot of changes have to be made already. Like we now have 2 different sets of projectiles. Wait, if a steel toe, yeah, the accelerated bullet gets caught, it'll be reset to white. I think that's what we want to happen. Because that'll be kind of hard to fix, but also like it doesn't have the properties of the, or actually it might. I think that bullet would actually continue to have its accelerated properties. That's probably just not that important to fix though. The fuck was it? What was I doing? Right, flame. This is going to be a bit of a pain to do, I think. And probably involves renaming a lot of stuff, annoyingly. Okay, AI bullet. That's not it. Captured projectiles. What do I call this? Contact projectiles? I don't want to just call them flame in case there's any other thing I can think of that would also behave like this later. Although, I could just call them flame and then rename them later because I'll be stuck thinking of a name anyway, so I might as well postpone that. I'll just do that. Captured flames. Easy. And I'll call this the flame orbital. Orbital capacity. So now we have a new capture bullet function. Capture projectile. We have to test if it is a flame bullet. And then do something completely separate, which is kind of scary. How does team programming work? We use Git. So basically, you'd each be working on something, and when you were finished working on that and had your game in a stable state, you would push your changes to the Git repo, and then the other people could download those changes onto their local computers and continue to work. Yeah, they can't catch each other's bullets currently because they get turned into laser beams effectively when you fire them. If projectile is a bullet, we have to test the type. We need an explicit flag for this. Projectile is flame, is false by default. flame. Or actually, just do it directly. It's a very Baba is you kind of variable. Projectile is flame. Only pitching, no catching. That's right, Pidge. That's right. That's right. How expensive is Git hosting? It's free. I've never heard of paying for Git hosting. Maybe if you have like a, I don't know, a terabyte of code or I don't know. I've never thought about that. Okay, projectile is flame. We do something based on this information later. Wonderful. If let's call this something better. Actually, let's not. I've committed to not calling things better names yet. Running GitHub workflows costs money. What the f in God's name is a workflow? Like a capital W workflow. Capture projectiles that append. Else. Captured flames dot append. Having two lists is going to be just a lot of annoying boilerplate to set up, I think, but we have to do it. Automating tests and building. Okay. May your code compile correctly and your errors be resolved. Thank you. I'm gonna make this color less intense. It currently annoys me a bit how intense the color is. We were parent to... Yeah, there's two separate fucking calls to this now. We'll probably just split this into two functions at this point. Currently it's just called the projectiles orbital. Whatever. Add projectile through flames orbit. Kinda goofy, but I don't see any better way to do it currently. They have to be independent entities. Deliciously wordy names. It's better to have overly verbose names than to have not enough functions, because you don't want to think of overly verbose names, in my opinion. Sometimes you just have to commit to, this does this one specific thing. Okay, just move all of this in here, duplicate it. In fact, why not even put this in here? Just all of it. Okay, that'll do. You have bifurcated the function path. Let's not change the flame color, just because flames don't normally change color. Or just for no reason even, because I don't like it when they change color, they look bad. We need a new thingy to hold them now. In the scene tree, right, we have the clockwise ring, counterclockwise ring, and we need a third ring. Called Flame Ring. Which is a completely different naming scheme. Whatever. Let's just call it Flames then. Reparent to... I've been pluralizing flames, I think, up to this point. So we need a thing for that. Good. There it is. Flames rint. No, ring. The Elden Ring. We should have an Elden Ring too, hang on. Remind me to remove that before I push this to get. This is some Donkey Kong Country ass sounding music now. Aria Math. Built by C418. Where's the Lena Rain stuff? Oh, it's all the way down here. Wait, how many people added to this fucking soundtrack? Toothless? Nycryptic Project? Oh no, that's the channel that uploaded them, I think. Not C4A. Yeah, that's the uploader. So those are C418. This one's... I don't know who wrote that one. These are Lena Rain for sure. I think some channels just don't list the artist on the upload, and that's what's confusing me. Crashing on upgrades now. Seems like the enemy's trying to get the upgrades before the player has them. Is it? Why is that only an issue on the tutorial? It works normally. Is that part of the sequencer? You can check the sequencer for jank. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country music would be good. You're not wrong, Pidge. The Minecraft is sort of working for now, though. Oh, it's for bot tutorials. Is that because there's bots pre-spawned in the scene? Is that how that works? That might be an edge case I hadn't considered, is what happens if there's like a designated initial host. Is that what they're using? Or is it like a bot that it's just sitting in the scene, then that's called the init host? Because those might be on the ready function trying to access player upgrades with no player, yeah. Interesting. Well, if nothing else, you can just add a check in the enemy when it tries to get the player upgrades. If there's no player, then just don't do that. The player normally gets initialized, Toby, after the initial host is set up, actually. Or no, not that. How does it work? The player's initialized relatively late, is the point. So if there was objects in that scene that get spawned in, then immediately look for the player, it's going to crash. What am I working on? This is the new Rambot. Right, if that's the case, I didn't realize how much we'd moved away from the paradigm of having enemies pre-spawned. They're basically just never spawned in by default, except in the tutorials. I think it's kind of a special case. You probably just want to go into the enemy and make sure it's checking if the player is valid before it does that. Okay. Rambot, who is not in fact a ram? It pretty much is. It rams. That's one of its attacks. Add projectile to projectile's orbit. Formation update needed. Oh, we need 2 separate fucking formation update variables now. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Let's go. Projectiles formation update needed. Replace all. Wait. Here. Here. Whereas this one is flames. You have 2 separate ones of these. We need 2 separate fucking update formation functions. What was the archer summon? I'm not sure what you mean by the archer summon. There is an archer bot that was originally in the game jam, then deprecated, and waiting to be added again. Okay. Flames formation update needed. That's not a variable yet. Now it is. Update. Let's rename this to Is that what it was called? Projectiles? Yes, update projectiles formation. It's not this one. Hang on. Can you refresh my list here? It's not refreshing the list. Oh dear. Release projectile. This sounds like Celeste music again, too. Where the fuck is this function? Apply shield effects. Capture projectile. Here it is. Update projectiles formation. I need a new one of this just for the flame ring, which can be simpler, but probably not much simpler. Update flames formation. Okay, what does this one do? I need a second one of those functions now too. Great, let's put that off. What was this called? Captured flames, probably. There it is, captured flames. Good. Okay, we calculate the length as a standalone variable. Captured flames dot size. If length is 0, return. Why not make it a one-liner? Snazzy. Okay. And now we don't need to fuck with circle radii. We know the circle radius. It's a constant. It'll be 45. Okay, the orbital capacities is also a constant. We don't even need a capacity for this. The capacity is going to be infinite and it'll just decay. So all we really need is a stable capacity, which I might just rename it up here preemptively. Stable flame orbital capacity. 50. Sure. Have to find the function again. Here it is. Okay. Radius 45. What is this? Okay, this is just the capacities. Delta angle, this is good. I want to start, get into game dev, and I tried to start with a few things like Construct and Godot, but I can never understand code or building rules. Is starting something simpler from scratch a good idea? Maybe? It sounds like, it's hard to say. I did Scratch first as a young child. It'll give you an idea of generally how programming works without actually writing code, but it'll also not give you a very good idea of how code works in some other ways. I think Scratch could give you a lot of weird misconceptions about how games are usually programmed in editors. You're probably better off just looking to start learning some basic code skills than just going to Scratch, I'd say, because Scratch has so many limitations that you're going to butt up against anyway immediately. And moving to other engines is how you surpass those limitations. It depends. Obviously, it's hard to give very specific feedback through a live stream chat, but it's learning the basics of programming is a hurdle you have to overcome somehow, and I kind of forget how I did it myself because it was a long time ago. But depending on exactly what you're struggling with, you could join the Godot Discord and just ask around a bit for for pointers on where to start. Outson says there was a pretty good Mike fan fight that was done from with Scratch. Not from Scratch, with Scratch. That's somewhat impressive. I'm not sure why you wouldn't just use... I'm assuming there's like Game Maker, like built-in mod frameworks and stuff that you could use. I remember Scratch became almost unusable as soon as you had to program like fucking platformer physics. Like that's where it capped out. At least as a child, that's all I could figure out. I was doing deranged shit like putting color-coded pixels on the border of a sprite to detect collisions. Like it was psychotic. Enemy type was being set after the super ready call. With the new callbacks, it wasn't set till after the upgrades wanted to run. Oh, it needs enemy type. Weird. Wait, that shouldn't affect it though, because the changes to the ready function only apply if the enemy has been put into a scene and then taken out, then put back again. Which shouldn't be happening in a tutorial, but whatever. If you have it working, then that's fine. I'm just curious. Okay, let's look at these delta angles. Oh, what the fuck? Enemy type is 9? When did that change? Yeah, so this is delta angle is just the angular spacing between the different bullets in the circle, and so all you do is divide 2 pi is the full circle divided by the number of things. So all we have to do here equals 2 pi divided by length. That's pretty easy. Oh, it's getting garbage? Fucking weird. Coding seems scary because it does the thing where it uses English words in ways that make absolutely no sense, and it does kind of tend to do that. But watching these streams makes it seem like fun to make up names for concepts. Yeah, there's very few, like, you have to memorize some built-in functions and terms to code, but there's actually a very small vocabulary. To the extent that I think most programming is just done in English, like even by non-English speaking people. Like the variable names, if you're in France, you'll be making French variables, but you'll still be calling like min, max, and clamp, var. It's such a limited vocabulary that it almost doesn't matter if it's English or not. The tutorials load now, says Toby. Wonderful. Most of learning to code comes from learning like what you should be trying to do rather than memorizing the few actual terms you need to apply. That part's a lot harder. Okay, we have our delta angle. Now what? We iterate through it. Okay. So what is this doing? It's going through, I think basically when you update the formations, it just recalculates all of them from scratch. It's not like it's trying to take a projectile then move it over a certain number of slots. It's as if you removed all of them and you put them all back in again, which is the simplest way to do it. So all we have to do is what it is this is outputting. It's calculating a list of positions. Right, okay, so this is used by something else and it's globally defined, so I have to make one of those for the flames too. Lucky me. Projectile formation positions are flame. Okay, this is unclear whether to pluralize words like this. It's projectile here, flames here, but it's projectiles formation here. Again, I'll fix it later maybe. You didn't care about Rainworld before my streams, now I can't hear the word iterate without losing my mind. Yeah, those iterators. By the way, that's apparently literally what inspired Toby Fox to make Undertale. It's an exaggeration, but the thing that inspired Toby Fox to try programming the battle system was when he learned about what an array was, which that's a baffling fact to me, because an array, it's that. This is an array. It's literally just a list of things that Toby Fox learning about the fact that in programming you can make a list of things and do things to the things in the list was such a mind-blowing prospect that he decided to learn programming because of that. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that just a fascinating mindset? And of course, doing things to members of a list is called iterating on the list, so. Toby is the original iterator. Toby's does not understand arrays at all. Says chat. Maybe that's why he was so fascinated by them, is because if you do understand them, they're really fucking boring. He was on that fucking Gamzee grind set. Miracles, bro. It's that neurodivergence, says Cherry. Maybe. He cannot wrap his head around zero indexing. Oh yeah. I'm sorry to anyone who's ever had to actually read through Undertale's code. It looks really bad from the few snippets I've seen. I've never really gone data mining myself. It looks somewhat scary. Yeah, maybe he thought programming was way scarier than it was, and how simple arrays were comforted him. I could see that. There is a very primal kind of joy to like realizing that you can just make a list as big as you want and just duplicate things to every member of that list. Like, it's early on when you're learning programming, that kind of stuff is exciting. Like, you can just, and even now I feel like if you can boil down a task to like you make an array and you do things to every element, like I'm in my element, I'm happy doing that. But beyond that, stuff can get complicated. So I guess I can kind of see the appeal of the humble array. Annoying Dog could be an iterator name. You're not even wrong. Except they probably didn't have dogs on that world, but you know. Learning about arrays inspired him to make the battle system, but I think that's how he started coding. Like, he just hadn't programmed before that. So they're kind of one and the same. Oh yeah, the shoutouts to the one. Yeah, in one part of Undertale's code, Toby tries 4 different methods in a row to delete the Undertale executable file, and they don't work because you probably can't do that from inside the same executable so easily. So he wanted that to happen, though. He wanted the genocide ending to delete the file from your computer. Have you heard of arrays starting at -1? Dreambird is a language that does that. Why? That sounds like some conceptual proof of concept nonsense. The song has a solo from like someone pulling a straw out of a McDonald's Pepsi cup repeatedly. Cool. How do float indices work? I don't know. There's probably some sort of, it like generalizes the concept of the array to like some sort of function that returns based on the input. Like, you could define it, you could define interpolation between indices if there were numbers. But I don't know. It's a shitpost language. Yeah, that's sort of what it sounds like. Yeah, Python uses, if you use, Godot does that too. If you index -1 into an array, it'll put you at the end, which is kind of useful in some instances. But also, I think the other day it gave us a bug where it normally would have crashed because the array was actually being indexed by less than 0 by accident, but it was just wrapping around. So it's interesting. Okay, I need to get back on track here. Okay, what uses these formation positions? I assume the bullets just interpolate toward the positions. Yes, okay, here they interpolate. If I in range captured projectiles, length of projectiles, we iterate over all the projectiles. We check if instance valid every single time. Yeah, figuring out how to handle the cases where the projectiles are null is going to be a huge pain. So we need 2 different loops for this. Let's just fucking copy this. Hang on. The code is getting messier because I have to add a lot to it now, and most of it's duplicated. Being in a live stream setting means I can't spend as much time. Normally I'd be spending way more time just stopping and thinking, and then maybe doing something later, but I'm trying to keep just taking actions. Which is probably good in some ways. Overthinking can slow you down a lot. Flames. Captured flames. Projectile flames. Formation positions. Mad prompts to people who were programming in the 80s? Yeah, really. It was intense back then. People theoretically are programming earlier on punch cards and shit. I think my grandma for a time worked as the person who would like process the punch cards at some sort of computer in the 60s. Hilarious thought. Punch card skip was real? No, you couldn't skip them. That was the rub. If you could skip the punch cards, you could save a lot of time. Has an official sprite been made for the Collider? Yes, but not finalized, and also it hasn't been animated yet. So they're not ready. Captured flames. Position. It's literally just a lerp. There's probably a way to collapse this duplicated code a bit, but I'm not thinking about that for now. Captured flames.lerp. Flames formation positions. This is fine to share between them. Nulls should be part of enums. Rust did it. It forces you to deal with them. I'm not sure what you mean by nulls should be part of enums. I'm not sure. Kind of abstract. Are we rewriting RAM in Rust? That's a bit of a tongue twister. Is something in this block of code reminiscent of Rust now, or was that just in response to nullable enums, whatever that means? Oh, I see. This is not Rust, no. I don't actually know much about Rust. It's a low-level thing, right? It's like C++. Rust is sane C++. That sounds like a way someone who liked Rust would describe Rust. Programmers get weird about their favorite languages. They get kind of weird about it sometimes. I was complaining about, I saw this thumbnail the other day, and I posted it in the Discord about, it was just some coding video, and it was like the most ominous thing I've ever seen, and it's like, I feel like it's a thing for coding videos to look like that, where it was called like, The Cult of Done. That was the title, no mention of coding, or computers, or anything about what it was actually about. The thumbnail was like a picture of these two ominous-looking, sort of Masonic-adjacent hands, with the caption, "Those with clean hands are wrong." And it was like, somehow I knew it was a video about programming, but I could not explain why. Like, for all intents and purposes, it could have been a fucking cult recruitment video. But I could just sense in my gut that it was about programming. And it was. Why does it have to be like that? Why does the programming philosophies have to be cults? They talk about them like they're cults. It's very strange sometimes. What was it? I don't even know. It was about something about programming. I didn't watch it. Can I find the video? Let me see. Oh, the dude changed the thumbnail. It's different now. It's slightly less ominous. How do I show this? Here, you get... This is the one. The thumbnail used to be like these two spooky hands and a different caption that was like, "Those with clean hands are wrong." And there's a manifesto one down here. Like, it's spooky looking. I don't want to watch that. I'm gonna get brainwashed or something. It's the same look with the Never Nesters or whatever it is. People just get really into their programming worldview of choice, their, what do you call it, ideology. Code aesthetic. This is some spooky music. Alright, what was I doing again? Programming has to take place. We're moving the flames toward the flame positions. Got it. Will it work yet? Probably not. Let's test it. It's the programming equivalent of bodies without organs. Similar vibe. You're amazed that people can code? It's really not that amazing in my opinion. Once you get a bit of a sense of it, coding is actually very simple. You just have to think things through, and go kind of step by step, but like, each individual step is very simple in coding. There's no, I find it much less abstract than like, just mathematics, for example. Like, I was pretty bad at calculus in university, but I was decent at programming. Programming gets hard when it becomes these abstract questions. Ooh, okay, the flames do that. That's kind of cool, actually. We're sort of making art. More of that, please. Ow, 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 ow. It's a pretty sick effect, I'm not gonna lie. I can't shoot them back. Did the bullets damage him? I don't think so. They're in stasis, so they're not actually overheating the aphid. Well, that's cool. Swap out. Yeah, it's fine. He's chill. Okay. Well, that's interesting at least. Wait, Toby question. Did we want to generate a level when you choose one from the debug select? No. I want to decouple that completely. I think we had that in as like a testing thing, but it didn't make sense to me. Like, if you load a debug level, you should load that level. It shouldn't make any weird assumptions about you want to load a level on top of that. Or, I'm using the terms wrong. If you choose to load a floor, you should not try to generate a level, because those are two different use cases. If we want the tutorial buttons to generate a level, we should have them call start level or something. And then find some other way to force the floor to be the start. But I don't see really a reason for that. Because we know the floor transitions work. There's no reason to test those in a debug context. Yeah, Pickles has a pretty apt summary. Is 80% of coding is very simple to pick up. There's 15% that's hard if you're not familiar with the approach the code is taking, and then the 5% is when I delete the coconut, the game breaks. Yeah, just inexplicable nonsense that you have to defeat with trial and error. There's no separate layers involved with the flames. That's not a thing currently. Currently the flames aren't being moved at all, but they are being put into stasis. So something's wrong with the MISC update function, I believe. This block of code. Flames, 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 flames. That looks okay. Oh, I don't think they're being assigned a position is the problem, and also the ring isn't rotating. I think the capture function isn't doing enough yet. Where is this? Capture projectile. Well, no, capturing is fine. It's the updating the formations isn't working. Or maybe nothing's calling it. Update flames formation. Oh yeah, I never actually finished this function. There's your problem. Okay. For I in range length bullet flame equals captured flames. How does this do it? It gets an angle. It keeps track of the current angle, then manually calculates it with this Euler type thingy here. Okay. So we want a current angle. What is current angle initialized to, though? Init angle, captured positions. Oh, the angle of the first one. That makes sense. We want to move it the minimum amount. Captured flames dot oh wait, the position, it's the child of the ring. So the position is the vector from the center to the bullet. Okay, so that's convenient. We don't have to manually calculate the distance between the center of the bot and the bullet. That is literally just the definition of its position right now. Wonderful. I love circles. The music stopped. Wait, what is this? I think this video is broken? What the fuck? It doesn't have a title. What is wrong with it? Okay, whatever. This is just static. Do we have something else? Yes, notes. Good. I like notes. Can we get Christian lo-fi beats? I already looked for that in the previous stream. They didn't exist. They didn't sound audibly Christian at all. They were really disappointing. It's one of those anime songs, Mel Legs, without titles? Is that a thing? What would happen if RAM used the wrong values for pi everywhere? What a good idea. We should test that. What do you think about dark Catholic bugcore Vocaloids? I don't. Okay, we're gonna want to var. We're going to want to paste this vector math. All this is doing is generating a vector from an angle. Multiply this by radius somehow. And then, we add to the radius, set the position, add to the current angle. Current angle. No, equals delta angle. Hey, Deltarune reference. 69 viewers, nice. Oh, maybe that's the one that Outson's talking about. There's a channel with no name, completely blank. All the titles of the music it produces are blank, but produces the most banger music you'll ever hear. Well, that's cool. Definitely a viable marketing tactic to not have any branding or ability for anyone to find your music. Christian Minecraft server lo-fi beats. How about you test that, Pickles? Like, if you can find a Christian Minecraft server lo-fi beats and DM it to me on Discord, I'll play it on stream. I'll keep Discord open just in case. Oh, nice music. Okay. This sets the position. Oh, we're not directly setting the positions, though. The point is that we're updating the array of positions that they lerp towards, so they don't immediately teleport there. We want that smooth animation. Do we ever reset the length of this? It seems that the length would have to change. Oh yeah, we clear the length at the start, and then we just append to it. That makes sense. Current angle, okay. No, okay, we rebuild the list every time we update, and then we assign the flames those positions over time. What about now? Yes, but when do they kiss? Are we talking about when we're adding gay sex to RAM again? It's a very popular topic. The robots don't know what sex is, but I don't know. They can be gay if you want. Okay, this isn't testing anything new. Aphid, it's time. Shoot fire at me. No effect. Huh, I thought something different would happen at least. Okay, maybe nothing still calls this function. I'm gonna assume nothing calls this. So capture. So the capture functions. Add projectiles to orbit. Wait, why doesn't this update the formation? That seems weird, but it works. I'll think about that later. Update flames formation. Set source projection as flame. Appearance. Yeah, nothing in here actually updates the formation. So how is it updating when the steel toe shoots me? Oh, it's this thing. Update needed. Aha, okay. That's the trick. They've got fucking choirs in this music. Nutty. Where is it? Okay, leave that. Flames formation update needed. When is this looked at? Probably never. When is this looked at? Okay, copy that. Search that. Oh, easy. Update flames formation. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, let's see what happens now. We know what this does. It's really hard to hit them because the hitbox is so small. The ram attack. Ooh, it crashes. That's progress. Current angle is captured flames. Oh yeah, that's not gonna fucking work. Dot angle. There we go. Wait. Yeah, captured flames. No, not captured flames. Wait, don't I have the flame itself at this point? I don't. Oh, just it has to be 0 index. Okay. That's the trick. Just changed pi to Euler's number and see what happens. We suddenly solved the fucking what's the thing? What's the thing? The Riemann-Zeta hypothesis. The Riemann hypothesis. It just pops out. The answer pops out. It just like console.print. Then it gives us a non-trivial 0 and we disprove it. This. Aha! Alright, it's not spinning. It doesn't totally work, but it kind of works. It stopped working. Why did it stop working? Ooh, okay, it updated again. Why? So it's not being told to update the formation, but as soon as I click, it all updates. That's fucked up. And it doesn't, they don't do anything. Give it a try, it would be good publicity. What do you mean, changing pi? You just popped in has progress. Well, I'm trying to get the fire to do something different than the normal bullets, and they sure are doing something different, but it's not the right thing yet. So, okay, we have to spin the flame ring. Spin! Time to spin. MISC update is fat as fuck in this robot. We need to compartmentalize some of these into functions. This is one, to be fair, updating the shield effects, like the captured bullet formations, is maybe the most complex single thing that any of the bots has to do on a regular basis, so there isn't usually this much code clogging up the actual enemy classes. Though that's an excellent prank out, Sin, yeah, is like, if you solve the Riemann Zeta function in RAM, and then every academic paper had to cite a video game and explain what the fuck they were doing until the end of time. Like, every mathematics paper would have to reference you. It would be a hilarious prank. It's a very big ring. Well, the sprite's going to be bigger. You have to consider that. The actual bot sprite's going to be bigger. But also, if the ring isn't at least a little bit of a distance out, it's not going to be very useful. It's just what I think. But we can finagle the ring sizes later. That's fine. Yeah, it is the Terraria Inferno potion. You are right. Okay. What spins the ring? Does anyone see where the ring... Oh, there it is. I almost want to make this into a loop somehow, but it wouldn't be any fewer lines of code, I think, than just doing it this way. Flame ring doesn't exist? What about Flames ring? There you go. Okay, well now they should spin, but why isn't the formation updating reliably? Update Flames formation if Flames formation update needed. Is this being set correctly in the bullet capture function? It is. Add projectile to flame orbit does set that to true. And this one resets it correctly. Weird. Let's try a break statement. If that's 0, return. Yeah, let's just make sure this is running as soon as we get hit by a flame bullet. Did I go to school for programming? Yes, I studied computer science in university. Oh wait, we have an update on the Christian Minecraft Beats situation. Minecraft Lo-Fi and Chill. Oh, so it's not Christian, but it is Minecraft. It's worth a shot. Let's see. Hang on. I thought it would open in my existing tab, but it did not. Okay. Why not? You never know with these lo-fi beats playlists. Will they copyright claim you? Who knows? Are they good? Who knows? Let's give it a shot, though. Oops, I refreshed it by accident. Okay, we're back. Am I excited for Yeek 1.5? Are you asking me? I've gone on record to say that I'm not going to play it. Why were you pretty familiar with Yeek? You mentioned in that one video. Right? Is that talking to Pidge? That might be directed at Pidge. Jack Saint. Is Jack Saint like Ben Saint? Who's Jack Saint? Huh. The inventor of saints. Oh, okay. Wouldn't that be John Saint? John? Wait a minute. That's already a guy. He's a video essayist. He did a stream, Yeek, and had an essay on it. Interesting. Wonderful. Good for him. I'm testing to see if the game shuts off when I get hit by fire right now. It did. Alright, well that's a good start. So why is it not updating sometimes? See, it updates occasionally, but not always? Like, if it shoots at me for long enough, it will eventually update them. But not always. What? How? What? How does that work? I couldn't get it to do that if I wanted to. None of those updated. Are one of these gonna update it? No. Fucking idiot overheated. They never go away either. Okay, that guy can just sit in the corner. I want to test it again with just an aphid to make sure the steel toe wasn't influencing the results. Oh, I think it was whenever I got hit by the steel toe, it would update all the flames, which gives me a clue on what's going wrong. Uncaptured, projectiles changed. No, wait. Add projectile to flame orbit is setting. Flame formation update needed. It's not crossed. Is it something to do with this? What is this even doing? Uncaptured projectiles changed. That just updates the overburdening. So that shouldn't have any relevance to this. It should just be this one, right? Add projectiles to flame orbit. That gets called. It sets the flag. Flames formation update is needed, true. And this is the thing it checks, right? Those aren't nested if statements, they're independent if statements. Then we update the flame formation. That's simple. Does it get reset by something? That sets it to true, that checks it, that's the initialization. And when the flame formation updates, it resets it to false again, which seems above board. So what? I'm gonna put the break statement back, because I don't understand what causes this to run. No, I need this guy. If it stops here, it's a problem. It did not stop. There's not a problem. Alright. Now here it should stop. But also it shouldn't. That called it. Will it be called again? Yes. And again? Yes. And again. So every bullet is running this fucking function. Oh, wait a minute. Is it the mysterious update timer? I remember there being an update timer. That must be it. Yeah, formation timer. That's it. I think I cap the rate at which the formation can update itself. Or something like that. I forget what this does. It was some sort of optimization. When does this get set? Oh, I think I know what it was. It was instead of trying to figure out when all the bullets had gotten to their intended positions, and then stopping the lerping, because this is relatively expensive to run on a huge number of projectiles, I just gave it a set amount of time that it would run for. It's like, move them toward their positions for this long, and they'll be close enough by then stop updating them. But the flames are not resetting this timer currently. That's the issue. Wait, formation timer, that's it. It's in the bottom of the update formation function. Simple as that, okay. Theoretically, I need 2 different formation timers, but let's just see if this works. Yeah, my own code that I wrote previously is mysterious. Parts of it can be, especially when you try to do weird optimizations like that. It's like, what the fuck? This doesn't make sense. Then it's like, oh, it's try to save a little bit of time, maybe. That's usually why it's a bad idea to try to optimize until you know you need the optimization, but it's a fine line to walk. Are you optimizing too much or not enough as you write the code? Because if you don't give any mind to optimization, your game's gonna run like fucking Yandere Simulator. I think most of the computational cost in RAM just comes from the fucking rendering the tile map, which is not code that I have control over. So it's kind of like optimizing the actual enemy's behavior is probably not that important, but sometimes I just try to do it anyway. Okay, this should work now. Exit the breakpoint, but remove that. And now it works. Beautiful. That looks pretty nice. This ring just has an infinite capacity. I haven't added decay to it yet. Idiot overheated himself again. Pidge would call this flame wheel the lazy Susan and forget what it meant a week later. Yeah, you have to be pretty brutal about eliminating creativity and whimsy when you're naming variables. I know Toby talks about fucking, like, there's variables in Undertale named Undyne, but that's funny, but it's also, like, very much not sustainable. You want the names to be, like, as clear and consistent as possible. Will the fire from the wheel set tar on fire? It should be able to do that. I forget currently how the fuck tar works. I think it's like a unique interaction that isn't... I assumed it was just a hitbox that was being dealt damage to, but apparently it's somehow not, and I haven't looked into it since then, so... Oh well. Tar is weird. This will eventually probably start lagging the game, but that's what the decay is for. Loud noise warning. Turn off the mic now. Or turn off your headphones now. Okay, that wasn't that loud. Wait, how do I tell you to turn them back on if I told you to turn them off? You can't hear me now. I just want to stress test this to see how long it takes to lag. Nothing noticeable yet. Maybe a bit. It might be lagging a little bit. Oh, updating the position is lagging it. So when I add new ones, it has to recalculate all of the positions. That causes lag. Yeah, this should not normally be possible. I just want to see how to break it. Undertale is weirdly coded. The Echo Flowers messages are set by their positions. That's some fucking Mario 1 shit. That's like every Summoning Salt video about Mario 1 is like the place the pipe takes you to is determined by the X coordinate of the screen scroll. That's like 1980s programming. Recalculating the positions when the new ones are added seems weird. It's, well, the question is, when else do you recalculate the positions? Is the, as soon as you add a new one, they have to get spaced closer together to fit the new one in? Currently it caps at once per frame too, so it's not like you're getting... It's not calculating redundantly if more than one hit it per frame at least, but... I think in general, in normal use cases, it's not going to be causing significant lag. That was just a ridiculous test there. This is Minecraft music, yeah. Minecraft lo-fi now. The pig noises go hard in the song. Yeah, they do. Okay, now we re-implement, duplicate all the fucking decay code. There has to be a way to collapse these. There's two different rings that have almost the exact same behavior, and currently all the code is just duplicated. Like, that can be refactored later somehow. Otherwise, Uncle Bob is going to come to my house and spank me with his clean code paddle. Uncle Bob will appear like Twin Peaks Bob at the foot of my bed at night and bite my toes. Okay, how did it do? The decay was just on the MISC update. Stable flame, orbital capacity. The stream is now not safe for work because of toe biting. It's not that kind of toe biting. Like, he bites the toe off and eats it and then probably kills you. Unless you're also into that, I'm not sure. That guy would be scary. Twin Peaks Bob comes in to, like, eat your feet. And the victim just finds it really hot, and then, like, Bob gets weirded out, then goes back to the Black Lodge or something. Would David Lynch do this? Maybe. The scholars are debating. What's going on? Nothing. It's fine. I love the concept of Uncle Bob as some sort of, like, the Das Kindermunche, like, Icelandic folk legend that just, like, horribly mutilates you if you don't code correctly. He's some sort of cryptid who will appear from, like, your CPU case. Somehow we never call next level anymore, just start level. Yes, that's correct, because there is no case in the game where we're moving from one level to another. We're just starting level 1 explicitly. The only time you should be calling next level is when we're leaving that boss headspace room. When we're actually moving to the next level. Jack Frost nipping at your Jack Frost nip... Can I do this with a cold start? Jack Frost nipping at your toes. I don't think I can do it without a lead up. There's logic we need in there. What do you mean, Toby? Doesn't next level literally just increment the level number and then call start level? Oh, music stuff. Yeah, the music stuff I didn't touch because I didn't understand how any of that worked. You can put the music stuff wherever it needs to go. Okay. Unstable flames count. We just have to do all this code but replace the fucking word projectile with flames. That's how this works. Flames, decay chance equals... Actually, I don't need to... I do need to declare decay chance again. Flames is that equation... Actually, I want a different equation for these. It should have a higher baseline, I think. Whatever, that can be tweaked later, though. Random... Stable flame orbital capacity. And that'll do something. Need one of these, need one of those. Toast me. Oh, it didn't crash? It just stopped. Wait, what? Oh, it did crash. Oh, I'm calling release projectile. I don't think I want them to decay in the same way, but I should be able to reuse this function just by giving it the list as a parameter. The flames, okay, I think how I actually want the flames to work is they're not going to decay like the other ones randomly, they're going to have a fixed lifetime. So the flames will just literally stick with your shield for, I don't know, 5 seconds, and then they'll decay again. Which makes sense, because flames are normally very short-lived. It doesn't really make sense to be holding a flaming ball of gas indefinitely, right? It's a problem with release projectile. Fuck off, Pidge. Okay. So I wonder if I can just leverage the flame's normal decay. I wonder if that'll just work, because currently we have to maintain all the bullets. We have to keep them on life support so they don't naturally fade away. If I just don't do that for flame bullets, that may solve the problem for us. That was a misc update. Close the debugger. This one. Oh wait, it only updates the lifetime in captured projectiles. Idea. I have an idea. In stasis is no longer necessary to not reacquire the projectiles you already have. So I can just not put the flame ones in stasis. Where is that? This moves into this one. And not the flame one. I'll see how that works. Why don't you make a graphic for the flame shield that doesn't involve flame orbs? Do they need to be orbs? That is an idea that I actually hadn't considered. For now, it seems easier just to work with the flame orbs. But that's an interesting concept. It's just abstracting it. Oh, okay. They fade too quickly now. But I know how to fix that. I think we're on to the correct solution here. Which is... you just give it a lifetime. Once when you acquire the bullet, and then you stop updating the lifetime. One of these. Oh. Oh, they keep moving. Okay, I forgot to reset their velocity. That's weird. But they should still damage this. Yep, they still deal damage. That's weird. Okay, I have to stop their velocity. What kind of Lovecraftian ass fire is that? I don't know too much about Lovecraftian ass fire. You're gonna have to ask like a Lovecraftian ass fireologist. You're so glad this is all being recorded. Yes, it's nice. I did actually I could have worked on this off stream, but I want to do it on stream specifically because, well, one, it's kind of fun, but also to get the footage for future devlogs, because previously we haven't really been recording much in development footage. We just sort of have before and after. We don't have the process. So this will culminate in a very short devlog just about developing the Collider. That's the idea. Did we never have a course together? So see, yeah, I swear I remember taking one. There was like one summer course where we were, I think it was like Quentin and I were in there together, but I guess not you. Yeah, that's true. It's very surprising. I did get desynced from the program when I did the music and computer science things. That explains a lot of it. But yeah, that is surprising. Yes, Quentin from Quentin Reviews was in the class. That's what I mean. That kind of works. It's maybe not perfect. Ooh, okay, it broke. Oh. It's still trying to release the projectiles. Okay, I have to comment that out. Hang on, I forgot that. Where's the decay? Yeah, maybe I had a course with Toby. I think Toby would have been in earlier courses though, like because Toby only started taking the program as I was graduating almost. Okay, that's pretty effective. Some of the bullets got stuck into the normal orbital. What the fuck was that? Hang on. Actually, I think this will be a good way to do it. Hang on. I just had a bit of a brain blast. I was thinking, how do I make the normal bullets decay randomly and sort of unpredictably, and how do I simulate that for the flame bullets? Because they're all decaying on a fixed timer. Well, just randomize the lifespan. Where is it? Capture. Hello, capture. Here it is. Let's do it that way. So the flame shield is just there. You can't shoot them back. You just walk into aphid. Yes. The issue was shooting the flames back. That's how it worked by default, and I've spent a lot of effort undoing that because shooting the flames does almost no damage and it clogs you up. It's like you want to be firing your shotgunner pellets because they deal 3 times as much damage, but the aphid has spammed you with 200 projectiles that you have to work through before you can shoot the actually valuable ones. And so it's actually much better for you if you don't have to shoot the flames back. Yes, and you also can just tackle the aphid for more projectiles. Like so. I haven't really showed that off much because I did that last stream and I know it works. Okay, let's just observe how these decay. Yeah, it's more random. Although I don't think them despawning is updating the formation correctly, which is a bit worrying. Maybe it's fine. I mean, it looks good, as long as it's not causing, like, null references later. I think that looks pretty coherent. It might be too strong, too weak. It's very easy to... Actually, it's not too strong. They do so little damage, it's not really that big of a deal. Like, if you had two guys, and this one flamed me up and I tackled this dude, the flames don't really even deal that much extra damage to him, like... They're kind of irrelevant, honestly. But potentially, they do overheat pretty good. Like, if you just do that, it's an easy overheat. It does collide with thingies, though. That's a secondary attack. Yes, that's the more literal part of the collider definition. Is, oh, it currently has a bug where under some circumstances, and I'm not sure exactly when, it'll give you like a big speed boost when you collide with something. I don't totally know why at the moment. Like, you can see usually it slows you down when you hit an enemy. And I tuned up the collision physics a bit off stream, so it's a bit... makes a bit more sense now. And that generates bullets, but sometimes, yeah, like if you start really close to an enemy, you'll actually get a boost, and I'm not really sure how that works yet. It's not intended. There we go. Like, what the fuck is that, right? Oh, the lasers hit corpses too. God, there's so much jank with how the lasers work that you have to overcome. Because all you can check with a laser raycast is physics layer. You can't do any other, like... It's probably not worth getting into explaining what the difficulty is, but it's surprisingly hard. Wait, Toby, do you know Quentin? He's your best prof? Wait, that's a hilarious crossover. That is a really funny crossover if you know Quentin. Well, that doesn't need to make sense to the rest of the stream chat. That's for that's need to know information. Attack me. Do it. The grenades are so fucking strong. I kind of wanted to make the grenades maybe fly back physically, but that's probably not going to be for today, because I'm already getting kind of tired. I said this wouldn't be as long of a stream, and I might call it pretty soon. Because I've kind of done all the things. The fire ring was the main task, and that is basically accomplished at this point. And it'll need a whole lot of cleanup afterward, but it's effective enough for now. Are you gonna attack me or what, dude? Overheat. Overheat. Yeah, the fire is not a very good source of damage. That might need some tweaking somehow. I guess to end it off, I'll demonstrate a bit of what it's like to use a collider in a run, because currently they don't spawn, but you can still spawn them in with debug and test it. How does it feel to play against Shieldbot? It is impossible, because I haven't revamped the AI or really tweaked them at all, but they just camp in a corner and you can't, there's no counter to it. Okay, let's use the actual music. Hang on. The cover shooter meta. Options. Turn up the music a bit. Oops, I didn't mean to spawn that guy. Give me the collider. There he is. You have to spawn them manually each time they die, so it's a bit annoying, but it kind of works. And surprisingly, they are pretty strong. They're not quite as busted as I thought they would be. And I think I've nerfed them even a bit more today because of all the penalties you get for carrying around too many bullets, so we'll see how viable it is to like play cash with these guys, basically. Against steel toes, obviously, it's pretty effective, but once you get in the middle of a room with a bunch going on, it's surprisingly hard to actually protect yourself with the shield. Do whiplash projectiles work? I think they do, because they're just bullets under the hood. Stop it. I got the boost just then. Ow. And deadlifts can still counter you pretty hard with their grapple. So the deadlift matchup is naturally going to be the hardest, because you have to tackle them. Give me a grenade. Come on. There we go. Those grenades really do work. Ow. And I'm already fucked. Yeah, so they're strong, but they're not, like, invincible. You can still fuck up pretty easily. Collider's gonna make cash their bitch. Probably. That's okay, though. Having an enemy be good at cash does not mean they're broken. Okay, we got the Ring of Fire. Ow. So, they don't have a death animation yet. They literally don't know how to die, which is a bit awkward. Give me a sec here, dude. Any ideas for trick shots? I think the obvious one is just firing into a crowd, and then swapping out, because they'll keep firing after you let go. Besides that, it's an experimentative thing. Experimental, that's the word. The rule with trick shots, as I said in the devlog, is if I do something that felt cool, then I should make it a trick shot. Ow, okay, so their collision damage takes priority over mine, apparently. The revive function is also broken, so that doesn't work. Go away. Wait, that's the pause menu. Maybe if steel toes need to counterplay against the shield, it can only grab the bolts if they've been there long enough. Well, it already does do that. The shields are just very strong currently. The main way that the enemies are weaker is that their shield takes time to track the cursor, or their virtual cursor, so you can run around them and get behind the shield. I don't know if they need more counterplay options than that, but that's the way it's traditionally worked. Shoot me. Shoot me, thank you. Oh, I never actually nerfed the shield repulsion. That was on my list and I forgot to do that. Which, maybe I can change that quickly before we stop. I'm not going to end the run quite yet, though. The tackle's pretty good at getting out of situations where you're stuck, but ow, 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 ow. That tar is pretty brutal. Maybe charging into a group of enemies and killing them with the flame wheel? Yeah, the flame wheel could be a source of trick shots, because it doesn't seem to be too good currently. But if it gets buffed, then obviously that wouldn't make sense anymore. Making things bad good by making them trick shots is a bit of a weird black magic design philosophy that I'm not totally convinced of yet. Because that's kind of what, like, self-preservation override on the router. It has a built-in trick shot because it's otherwise really bad. And I don't know how much I want to lean on that kind of design. Yeah, flame wheel kills on aphids are trick shots by default because they're just, you know, overheats. It's very good at range, obviously. Like, at the end of a corridor while the enemies are just shooting at you, it's overpowered. But when I die is usually in the mix of a really chaotic arena. Boosted bullets go through? That is, like, too easy of a counter in my opinion. Because, like, in that case you can just boost and kill them as if they didn't have a shield, so... I want to make it a bit more of a balance than that. Because people think of boosting as like a very difficult thing, and it is for new players, but for an experienced player, you can boost with almost 100% accuracy. Like, it's just another part of your moveset. You can do it on demand. So you can't really balance as if it's this really tricky thing to pull off. Okay, die, overheat. Thank you. No, come back. Dude, this fucking guy. There we go. Should be able to get the flame wheel by hovering the shield over one of the fire traps. That would be funny. You're not wrong, that would be pretty funny. I'm not currently sure how you'd do that. I think the shield maybe should turn off completely when you fire, because currently it still works in like a very weakened state, but even that seems a bit excessively strong. Like, because you can still just open fire and block aphid shots. Which I don't think you should be able to do that. Get the fire, overheat. Uh-oh. Oh wait, that guy just died mysteriously. Off screen. Can you overheat, please? See, this is... it's a bit trickier. There's guys on all sides. Any stray bullet? Yeah, there we go. Didn't work. There we are. Did holding swap fuck up the ring? It shouldn't. I don't think it should. I can test it though. Might, if the formation is reforming, it might do something. Rotors get so fucking countered by this guy though. Not even funny. So if you're practically inside a steel toe, they can still... What the fuck was that graphical error? That was bizarre. I haven't seen one of those in ages. It's very janky to hit them with the flame bolts because they spin, so you can end up with like the same bullet touching the guy. And the tackle is very hard to target now because of the hitbox being so small, as I mentioned. This is just a very comically small sprite we're using as a placeholder. The collider full of pipe bombs. Oh, when you kill it, if they fly everywhere, that would be pretty funny, actually. Like an on-death effect that just sprays the bullets in all directions. That might be a bit too chaotic even, but we'll see, maybe. I like the idea of it. But this guy is pretty fun to play as. It's not boring, and that's the main concern, is like, there is a recognizable playstyle here, there's a bit of a back and forth, and it feels good. So it's just a question of balance. Yoink, 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 thank you. The bullet penalty slowdown might not be quite strong enough currently. The fucking hitbox is minuscule. There we go. Is this art final? No, this is a pure placeholder sprite here. We have art being made, but it's not ready yet. Flame kill? Flame kill? No, I was the one who was kill. The bullets are still live though, apparently. Kill me. It's also very hard to aim the dash with a mouse and keyboard because the directions are quantized. Ooh, I got a big one. Look at that fucking thing. I don't think it has any special effects currently, but that's a big fucking bullet. Look at that thing. Oh, hi there. None of these upgrades help me, so bye. This should do... Yeah, it does as much damage as it should. It just doesn't have any other visible effect. The grenades are so fucking good. Yeah, it's hard to aim the dash with only 4 directions, and I don't really know if there's a perfect solution for that. That's one area where keyboard and mouse just has to kind of take the L in general. Although you can dash toward the mouse, but it's a bit weird because if you're not holding the same direction as you're dashing, the bot will just naturally decelerate, so it's like inferior. Ow. Deadlifts are still dangerous. Diagonal dash does work, yeah. I think it just follows the direction the bot is currently moving, so theoretically you can angle it a bit if you really finagle it, but it's not the best. God, redders are... they're just like ammo sources for this guy. There has to be some level of balance to that, but I'm not sure how to do it. The dash will be helped once the hitbox is just bigger. It just feels bad when you do like... well, that hit him, but... you can do like... okay, that also hit him. Okay, there have been times where I dash horizontally and narrowly miss, and it feels bad. That's what I'm trying to get at. And you can't dash just a little bit not horizontally. You have to do it perfectly horizontally. Okay, this is a scary room. You can really see the effect of removing... can I shoot this? That's a flame bullet, so I can't shoot it back. Weird. I guess that makes sense, though. That didn't work. Fuck. Hard to type under pressure, especially if you're bad at typing. Ah. Nice. Yeah, you can see the grenades are invisible sometimes. That needs investigation. Oh, check this out. The boxes. Bullet farms. It doesn't target mouse, no. But if you're moving, it'll move in your direction of motion, because it feels very strange to target mouse while you're also moving. It just never feels right to me. Nice. Oh. I don't know if I need to make the grenades fly back physically, because that's a cool idea, but it's also a very unique feeling to have an exploding laser. It's very satisfying. Uh-oh. Ow, ow, ow. Let go. Yeah, I wonder if I'll finish the run at this rate. Can you not backspace in console? I'm not looking at the console, I'm just typing. I'm looking at my keyboard. So I just hope that I did the right inputs, then I press enter. Look at that fucking miss. That's painful. I got the boost that time. Can you dash while being dragged? Yep. It's just not really a viable way of getting the rotor of the deadlifts off of you. Ow. Okay. That was a bad time to die before the whole wave starts. Gonna have to bail myself out of the situation the old-fashioned way. Fucking SPO rotor, get out of here. The other bots are also strong as fuck, you have to realize. Like, the Collider you can play and survive for a while, but you can do that with all the bots. So I don't know how overpowered it really is. If anything, its DPS is very low compared to other bots. Per tradition, there might be a room crash if you use shooting with Collider when entering. In the old version, probably, but I don't think in the new version of the scene loading there should be an issue there. The dash has quite a long reload currently too, which makes it feel annoying to miss. Come on, you fucker. The strength is the defense, which kind of makes sense when you think about it. It's the shield bot. Oh, the flame. Finally, the flame elites have an actual purpose. Normally, the flame elites for the shotgunners are like objective nerfs. It does nothing, but at least they don't contribute usable projectiles to the Collider anymore. That's their power. The bluey. Uh oh. The big bullets. Okay. This should be goofy. Nice. Are you ever going to give AI Steel Toes the ability to melee? Yes, maybe. They'll need a telegraph sprite. That's the limiting factor. It's currently the or maybe I can do it actually. I just need to actually like pony up and redo the animation to make it like have different lengths, because we need like a long telegraph to give you a chance to get away, otherwise it just feels really unfair. Nice. That was good collidering. The slugs should have a special interaction, and they will once I hard code that to have a special interaction. Okay, that is pretty... It catches me off guard. You build up all that fire, but you don't actually have any projectiles to use. It's a bit strange. Oh my god. So you just hit the bot? There could be different colored lasers. Yes, the laser sprite is also temporary. We're getting a new one from Penn. I actually made this laser sprite. It's not very good. Speed combo kills with Collider would be good. Also, can't console remember the last few commands? No, because I wrote the console and I didn't add that feature. It's not like a built-in Godot thing. This is fucked. Again, corridor defense, it works pretty good. It's like the fucking trenches of Verdun out here, holy shit. Ow. You can't beat the Collider in a melee off, apparently. I mean the deadlift. Look at the little duende creeping away there. Here's how they are to fight against, by the way. You can't. You can't win. Ow. Well, I didn't get very much time to demonstrate it, but they just back into a corner. You can't get through the shield. They never turn off the shield. You can't get through the shield because it slows you down. The shield sprite, it's not a sprite, it's just a shader applied to a white texture. It'll probably change, yeah. So... there you go. That's your Collider. I think that's the end of the stream then. Thank you all for coming. I'll check to see if there's any Fan art, although there wasn't last time, I don't think. Was there? I forget. Just in case, I'll check to see if there's any art. Oh, actually, yeah, JD made this thing, which wasn't really for the stream, but it's RAM related. JD on the Discord is working on a Rain World area mod for a modded slugcat called the Vinky, whose power is to make graffiti. And so he's adding a bunch of custom graffiti overlay, or what do you call it, decals. And one of which was this jolly lad. Oh wait, we got Hollow Knight and Outer Wilds streams in the personal server. Ooh. Okay, that's tempting. I might join in. Our server has been in League of Legends mode for the last what feels like several months at this point, so I've sort of been keeping my distance. But Hollow Knight sounds fun. Okay, yeah, anyway, not to detract from JD's work here, this is apparently a rhubarb candy aphid. And I don't know what a rhubarb candy is, it's probably some British shit, but they looked quite appetizing, honestly, and I'd love to try one, but that's a very cool aphid. It's funny when JD is like, he doesn't usually do art, but when he does, he's actually like really good at it. Funny guy like that. Why do you have Firefox and Chrome? It's hard to say. Originally, I heard that Chrome was going to be turning off like ad block support finally, and so I was like, all right, if that's the case, I actually have to move to Firefox. But I'm still more used to Chrome, so I have Firefox as like an auto launch thing, but I still mostly use Chrome out of habit. It's weird. That is someone's Jevil cosplay. That's not for the stream, but that's just kind of sick. Check out this Jevil cosplay. Shoutouts to that dude. Oh, here's some art. We got a steel toe. This is from Skeletal Bozo. What exactly? Oh, wait. This is the diegetic reason the collider isn't playable. Oh, it's like blue screened while running diagnostics, I see. I like that. Actually, it wasn't made for the stream either, but I remember there being a bunch of cool collider art in the Xylem server, which I'll look at that. This is a good time to show off the fan art. Yeah, so this was a sketch of... Someone drew that really cool steel toe plush, which I should also show off, but this is a sketch of a aphid plush. It's a very rough sketch currently, but that may be developed further. Another version of that one. These are by IDK, by the way. That's the artist. We have a 3D model in progress for the router from Hatman, which I think they're aiming to 3D print, which is really cool. That's why the wheel has to be so big, because it's not physically possible to print at the actual scale of the model. Yes, if we have funding, we will actually move into making fucking plushes of the robots, rest assured, but it's not quite time for that yet. We have a work in progress of Mel's... I think Timeless commissioned this from Mel. It's a Doom parody with RAM, which you love to see. It's gonna look sick once it's colored. There was another... Okay, yeah, here's some of the... a sketch of the full plushie lineup here, the composition. Also by IDK, very adorable. Someone did this? I'm not sure what the context of this is, but it's like an actual pin they made, which I don't think is for RAM. It was for something else. They just used the router sprite, which is hilarious. We have a sketch of a deadlift plush, also by IDK. Lots of plushies coming out. Very cute. I would snuggle that. I'm working my way up. We're gonna get to the original steel toe plush because that was like an amazing. Oh, here it is. Does this not look like a 3D render? Right? It's purely a digital painting. Like this is hand painted, but it's so detailed that if you zoom out, it looks like it was made in Blender. Isn't that amazing? And this one, okay, so this is not by the same person who was doing the sketches. This is from Eli. And then IDK was taking up the torch and doing sketches of the other plushies. I see. But it's a super cute design. Oh yeah, and before that, we have a work in progress Collider fan art here. And the one I really want to show off was, where the fuck was it? This. Which is ostensibly what the Colliders look like before they get their paint job. I think it's a pretty accurate distillation of the character design. It's like Hatsune Miku, right? You have to recognize the character by their silhouette alone, otherwise it isn't a good design. Oh, I should show off the in-progress sprites. Yeah, good idea. Thick thighs do save lives, Pidge, and those are some fucking thick thighs. I don't know why they were so thick, but the steel toe does have pretty thick thighs compared to the rest of its body, so it's not totally off base. Yeah, let's show off the work in progress sprite sheet. Why not? Wait, where's the group chat? My group chat. No, that's the Gecko group chat. We have a lot of group chats. Here's the pen group chat. Okay. Oh wait, no. The actual sprites are posted on the server itself. That's right. That's right. Ramdev server art. There we go. So this is the standard practice for getting our sprites, is Pen makes a whole bunch of different variants, and then we essentially choose which one to continue with. And we're interested in exploring different colors, but this general body shape on the orange one is what we're going with a slightly kind of saggy looking one. Or I guess this guy in the middle is sort of the best example of the correct body shape that we're going to be going with. It does look great. Pen is very good at his job. And you can see it's going to be really wide, and that'll help the hitbox a bit when he's... I want this guy, when it does the charge attack, like, its whole head tilts to the side. Like, it goes head first into the charge. The biggest shoulders and skinniest arms imaginable, yeah. It's, I've said before, but the design for this guy was inspired by, like, American football players. It has the big... It's like a giant helmet and tiny little legs. Football. Yeah, similar to deadlift legs. There's lots of sports inspiration. That might be the trick to all game dev, actually. The secret is just rip off sports. Because this dude, he's a baseball pitcher. This dude, paddleball. This dude, it's like a tennis serve. The combo of the right click into the left click, that's sort of the feeling of doing a tennis serve. I don't know about this fucker. I'm not sure what sports you have a jetpack in, and this dude is football inspired, so that's what it all comes down to. If you do this for every bot, gonna have the other for the wiki. We're gonna reuse some of these color schemes as canon skins later on, so I wouldn't worry about it. Like, we'll choose a few to incorporate as actual variants later. The aphid looks like a tennis ball dispenser. You're right. Okay, that's the reference. Yeah, ripping off real sports that have been refined for hundreds of years sounds like a good idea. It is kind of, yeah. Okay, that's all we got for today then. Thank you for watching once again. I might do another one next week, or perhaps sooner. There's never guarantees with these dev streams. But I will be doing Rain World tomorrow as normal. So keep an eye out for that. Okay, bye everyone.